All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to reconvene. Welcome to day 2 of the Martz Symposium. It's great to see everybody. Thank you for joining us on a very sunny and beautiful Saturday. So we appreciate you all spending your time with us here today. So thank you for being here. We're going to get going. I'm really excited for the lineup we have today, and especially our first panel. So it's an honor to be able to introduce Monty Mills, who's the Charles Stone Professor of Law at the University of Washington Law School, also a distinguished alumni here from CU. Thank you, Monty, for joining us. So I'll turn it over to you.
I'm just building tension here. I don't really have a PowerPoint. All right. Well, thank you, Chris. And the honor is really mine to be back here at Baseline and Broadway. It's about a year ago. Some of us were talking about a year ago. Was here for Charles Memorial. And it's good to be back again among friends, new and old. I want to thank Chris and Annie and the center, but also American Indian Law Program and Professor Racehorse, Professor Stanton, Professor Carpenter, and all the students who have gotten the chance to meet. Had a great event with NALSA folks the other night. So just really great to be back and honored to be both a part of this event and this distinguished panel, which we'll get to. Also just wanted to take a quick moment, because I had these pictures, send a shout out to the namesakes. After being here last year, it's so great to be at an event I know they would be proud and honored to be a part of. And so good to have them with us as well. So we're going to talk about the newest, oldest trend in public lands management, tribal co-stewardship. It is new, quote unquote, in that it has been the subject of a number of policy directives, as came up, I'm sure, in the context of the BLM's conservation rule, incorporated into those regulations, in a number of agency policies. But of course, it is not new in that it is an attempt to really restore some of the oldest and longest running stewardship of our public lands, that by Indigenous peoples. Now, I really appreciate the commentary and questions from the last panel last evening, which I swear we did not set up. And I promise you, I was not the one who submitted the question about co-stewardship as a way to set that up. But if you recall, those of you who were here yesterday, there was a question about the difference between co-stewardship and co-management. So I'm just going to take a couple of minutes before we dive into our panel, just to set some groundwork, put some foundations down, maybe not answer that question, but at least give folks a little bit more basis on which to understand the great comments that are going to come. And really just want to start with Secretarial Order 3403 from 2021 that really sort of defined this new era of tribal co-stewardship. As I mentioned, it built on a number of previous actions, and I think Justin mentioned yesterday Secretary Jewell's order from 2016, which also addressed collaborative management. And of course, in the Great Lakes and the Pacific Northwest, tribes and intertribal coalitions have been engaged in co-management for almost half a century, well over 50 years. So not new, and certainly not new in view of the millennia of connection between Indigenous peoples in these landscapes. But what is new, at least, is some of the ways in which the federal government and a number of federal agencies in Interior, in Ag, and Commerce have viewed and established policy directives around co-stewardship. So one way to think about this is the way that the federal agencies have defined co-stewardship and co-management. And as Justin really mentioned yesterday evening, the term co-stewardship is used in this secretarial order as a broad umbrella term intended to really represent a new or better way to fulfill the federal government's trust duties and recognize treaty responsibilities and rights in their stewardship of public lands and resources, including, I might mention, water and wildlife, which are specifically mentioned in the Joint Secretarial Order as well. You'll note, if you look closely at the order, it does not use the term co-management. And although that term was referenced and defined in the 2016 order that Justin mentioned yesterday, this order focuses more broadly on co-stewardship as a set of relationships and doesn't really go into specifically defining the distinction between co-stewardship and co-management. Now, there has been some additional guidance about that. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But you can really see from the terms of this order, in terms of policy directives from the secretaries, the goal is to reestablish or rebuild or really expand the bases on which federal agencies can work with their tribal partners. And the view of co-stewardship really doesn't limit it to particular approaches or specific legal authorities, but rather, according to this order in particular, it provides a set of principles of implementation and really views the relationship as one rooted in, of course, the trust responsibility and that duty of protection dating back to the earliest decisions of the United States Supreme Court, but also in terms of the recognition of tribal sovereign interest, the protection of tribal treaty rights, and recognition of indigenous knowledge and other assets or information that may assist in the management of and co-stewardship of public lands and resources. Yes, terminology is important, and co-stewardship as a term, sort of this broad umbrella term, really represents this policy initiative. But at some level, I think what the order, at least to my eye, the way the order really approaches that work is rooted in these principles. And therefore, without limiting to a particular set of tools or a checklist or maybe one way to approach tribal co-stewardship, I think what the order is really directing is that agencies look to improving and expanding their relationships with tribal nations in the management of public lands and resources based on these broader principles that really seek to reinvigorate trust duties and recognition of treaty rights and tribal sovereignty that, as we've heard over the last day and a half or so, really have been left out of the statutory framework applicable to public lands management in large part. Of course, this talks about the number of ways in which agencies can go about doing that, from agreements, and there are a number of sort of different statutory authorities that already exist. There isn't, as we heard a little bit yesterday, any new law or new authorities created by this order, but rather it's calling upon these agencies to utilize their existing authorities, which provide a range of options for collaborative, cooperative agreements or self-governance compacting under Public Law 638, in which they can invigorate these relationships of co-stewardship. There is not, aside from some limited congressional authority, particularly, for example, in the Marine Mammal Protection Acts in Section 119, a broad congressional delegation of authority or direction with regard to co-management. And this language, I think, really gets at the distinction, at least in the view of the federal government, between co-management and co-stewardship. And really encapsulated by Justin's comments yesterday, this is from the final report of the Solicitor's Office at DOI. The order asks the solicitors to do a legal review about authorities regarding co-stewardship and co-management. And you can see that the solicitors themselves continue this distinction in terms of co-stewardship being a broader relationship, co-management really being limited to those areas where there is some clear legal delegation, either through the exercise of treaty rights or, for example, in the MMPA, some statutory authority on which agencies can engage in co-management. Importantly, though, and I think this, at least again, to my eyes, the most important language from the solicitor's report, legal counsel for all the agencies within Department of Interior have emphasized that even though there may only be some narrow congressional or treaty right authority for co-management, all of the agencies retain significant latitude to engage in expanded efforts toward co-stewardship. And as this, I think, really relates, there's a number of opportunities and a range of different ways in which these agencies can pursue and expand those relationships. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of those. Of course, there's been step-down guidance from a number of the agencies. Just happened to pick BLM's guidance just because it was there, but also because I think BLM, and there may be some interested folks in the room, I don't know, but also because BLM provides another sort of view of the relationship and definition between co-stewardship and co-management. And that is that co-stewardship really is an all-encompassing umbrella talking about these relationships. And at least according to the BLM sort of step-down guidance, can include that sort of narrower type of co-management authority where there is that specific legal delegation. And so that's, I think, another way to kind of distinguish and think about co-stewardship as these broader relationships and co-management even being a type of co-stewardship, but one specifically limited, at least in the view of the BLM's policies, and I think more consistently with this broader federal definition of these terms, to those areas where Congress has either clearly created legal authority for delegation or in terms of treaty rights relationships in the Pacific Northwest or Great Lakes, there is a stronger legal basis for a delegation of authority. And this is one other way to think about it that my colleague Martin and I have really sort of put together to help people kind of conceptualize of this. A lot of latitude within that middle space for a whole range of relationships, agreements to formalize co-stewardship relationships. And as was talked about yesterday, like that can take a whole bunch of different forms, really context, agency, tribe, interest specific. So there really isn't a one-size-fits-all approach to this work. But you can see that there are clear bounds. And I think this is an important aspect of this issue that sometimes gets overlooked and maybe misconstrued as a unilateral delegation of authority to tribes to do whatever they want, or some step toward land back, which I think is legitimate. This is one strategy that tribes and their agency partners can pursue, not necessarily always the best strategy, not necessarily always the one of interest. As Matt Campbell said yesterday, right? Land back may be the ultimate strategy, not necessarily co-stewardship, but this may be a way to get there. But within the context of what co-stewardship is as a strategy, it is important, I think, to recognize there are limitations. And on one side, for example, federal agencies aren't authorized and as a legal matter can't just ignore their statutory mandates to manage the public lands in accordance with FLPMA or MUSI or their National Park Service Organic Act or organic legislation for a specific park, that they just simply can't do that. They are bound by those limits. And on the other end, they simply can't unilaterally delegate all authority, particularly inherently federal functions, to decision-making by tribes. So there are bounds within which co-stewardship can operate. But what's critical, I think, about conceptualizing co-stewardship is it really is rooted in a much more collaborative and shared decision-making approach that goes beyond simply consultation at its purest form, at least. And really, especially in the context of public lands planning or even sort of the broader strategic or management approaches that agencies take, can help inform different approaches and decisions that may be reached by tribes and agencies in their processes. So in that regard, I think this panel, now I may be biased, really is cross-cutting across all the other issues that we've talked about over the last day and we'll talk about today. And you can hear the undertone specifically in the context, for example, of national monument management, but in terms of permitting reform or mining decisions or oil and gas, all of these issues, all of these uses of public lands can, and at least in my opinion, could benefit from expanded relationships of co-stewardship in accordance with these policy approaches. So hopefully that just sets a little bit of groundwork for our outstanding panelists to continue and to talk about. And we're really fortunate today to be joined by an esteemed group. We're going to start with Vice Chairman Tom McDonald from the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes. He's joining us via Zoom remotely from up in Montana. He's got a long record of experience working on a variety of natural resource management issues and especially around the tribe's water compact and return of the bison range, as well as a number of other issues. He now serves as vice chairman, but has served as chairman of the tribes for the last couple of years. He'll be followed by Taylor Shad, who's joining us from the Office of Tribal Relations with the United States Department of Agriculture, also an alum of the University of Colorado School of Law. And yes, both of our pictures are on the wall back there, but we are not going to tell you where. So you got to find them if you want to. And then last, but certainly not least, we'll be joined by Pat Gonzalez-Rogers, experience working with and directing as executive director of the Bears Ears Intertribal Coalition, a distinguished lecturer at Yale. And he'll wrap up before then we turn to questions. So without further ado, thank you all for joining us on a beautiful Saturday morning, and I'll turn it over to Tom.
Thank you, Monty. Hopefully you all can hear me okay. Thanks to the for the invite, Monty, and the Martz Symposium for having me. Monty gave a brief introduction of me, and it's really accurate. I just wanted to explain a little bit more on my relationship to management. I've been managing tribes, fish and wildlife resources for about 25 years, and just recently retired and got into politics. So really appreciate the long history of co-management and stewardship that we've had to protect our treaty rights throughout our landscape. A little background on our tribes. Our tribes, the Flathead Indian Reservation here in western Montana, we have 3 tribes on our reservation. It's the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, and the Confederation is the Bitterroot Salish and the Kalispel or Klespe or Upper Pend Oreille tribes that are predominantly lived where our reservation is today. And then one of the bands of the Kootenai peoples, which resided also on the north end of our reservation, but also primarily up in the Kootenai River country in western Montana. So those 3 tribes are what the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes consist of. Our Aboriginal territory, really all of Montana, Idaho, eastern Washington, up into Canada. And in 1855, we signed the Hellgate Treaty with the United States and reserved our homeland core area of the reservation, 1.3 million acres between Kalispel and Missoula in western Montana, but also secured our continued use of our full breadth of Aboriginal territory for subsistence hunting and gathering rights, what we call treaty rights off reservation. So our tribe, basically, when you talk about Montana territory, we really were occupying most of it. There wasn't a lot of other tribes in Montana at the time before horse. We have permanent villages in central Montana, all the way out into the Muscle Shell, the far reaches of the Yellowstone River, and the Missouri River. And as horse came, of course, things changed for our tribes. Other tribes started coming into the area, particularly the Blackfeet and the Bloods, pagans. And then we always had neighbors being the Crows and the Shoshones, but there ended up being more territorial issues. And as settlers, of course, moved across the country, we ended up with less and less buffalo in the United States. And so the Montana Territory was really the last stronghold of buffalo. And as more tribes came and more intertribal warfare occurred over a limited resource, our tribes retreated back to western Montana to find more security, and then just went after buffalo during the summer season, fall season each year to gather buffalo. We did that with other tribes, the Salish-speaking tribes, and particularly. There was safety in numbers when we ran into other folks that weren't friendly. So that kind of changed the paradigm of how we utilize buffalo in the past. A lot of those villages that we had before horse were actually wiped out when horse came with major diseases, and so we had a lot of communities that moved around in the upper Yellowstone, Missouri country that really almost totally got wiped out from epidemics of, smallpox, measles, whatever it might have been. So they ended up really again retreating back over to this side. As the tribes, became more comfortable on the Flathead Reservation, we ended up with a couple of different things that happened. When the buffalo started disappearing, we had a couple of the Gillespie folks that were really visionary, had foreseen that the buffalo were going to disappear. And so they ended up going to the chiefs and saying, we really need to bring these buffalo back, and we should bring them back because, a long time ago there were buffalo in the upper Columbia Plateau and in the Columbia River Basin. And so different events happened that just became few and far between. But we had this Gillespie member of our tribe bring some buffalo calves back once the chiefs approved it, because they realized that they were dropping. The Salish word for buffalo is the black, because there were so many of them, they covered the entire landscape. So all you could see was buffalo. And so the horizon and the whole landscape before you just looked black in color. And they said, well, that's impossible to have buffalo disappear, but they did, and they were diminishing. And so they brought this small herd of calves over to our reservation. And Little Prairie Falconrug was the gentleman's name, and he grew the herd a little bit. And one day he was gone, and his stepfather sold the buffalo to a couple of tribal member ranchers on our reservation. And the Pablo Allard herd was started up. At the same time, the buffalo were dramatically disappearing. They're really virtually gone. Talking about the 1880s. 1870s were dramatic for Montana Territory. I think 1875, there was as many as 2 million buffalo shipped out of Montana Territory when they were totally doing the final eradication of buffalo. But the Allard Pablo interest was to conserve the buffalo, raise them. They were ranchers, they were tribal member ranchers, but they had this economic development and conservation thread in their thought process. And so they took that small herd of a couple dozen buffalo, and they also found other like-minded folks around the country that were, looking at those small pockets of buffalo, a few ranchers here and there. Buffalo Jones, example, would be one of those persons. They traded, they did some unique things to try to increase the genetics of their herds, but the Allard Pablo herd grew to about 1,400 animals on our reservation. And at that point in the history of the United States, there weren't 1,400 buffalo in all of North America. And so the predominant place for buffalo were the Flathead Indian Reservation. And our people here really supported the Allard Pablo herd. They were free ranging on a reservation. And towards the end of Allard's life, he got sick and he had to sell his share of the herd. He ended up selling it to a millionaire family in the community of Kalispell, north of our reservation, and it's called the Conrad herd. And they protected them and ran them on different places. And then our reservation was open to homestead. Flathead Allotment Act occurred. And consequently, the remaining buffalo of around 1,000 head or 900 head of the Pablo herd had to be rounded up. And they told him they had to move those buffalo. And so he couldn't find a good location for him. What do you do with, that many buffalo in the United States at that point in time? And, right at 1905 or so. And Canadian government came forward and they decided they were going to conserve buffalo. And so they did. And they bought the herd. They did a roundup for a couple of years. My great uncles were part of that roundup. We talked about it. It was quite significant. And they moved about 650, maybe 700 head of buffalo up to Canada at that point in time. The remaining balance of the buffalo stayed here. They were unmovable. What the joke is, where does a 2,000-pound bull bison go? Where he goes wherever he wants to go. And so a lot of the animals weren't able to be moved, thank goodness. And so there was a remaining population for a while on the reservation that was utilized by our tribal members, and I think he also had a few hunts that occurred. Just a few years later, then the United States decided to get into the business of buffalo management, and the Bison Society was formed out of one of the New York zoos, and they looked forward to creating a bison reserve somewhere in the United States, and they contracted with University of Montana professor Dr. Elrod to do that study, to try to find a place like Canada had done to preserve buffalo. And they searched all over, but Elrod was particularly fond of our reservation. He spent a lot of time up there before it was open to homesteading, and really found it a virtual paradise, and lots of fish and wildlife, and the people here were so connected to buffalo. He knew that, and he was friends with one of my other great uncles, who was a grandson of Angus MacDonald, the fur trader who came here and lived on a reservation back in 1840, and he knew this connection because Duncan would always talk about buffalo, and he was on buffalo hunts, some of the last buffalo hunts, and they talked about how many buffalo are just even our folks here in the valley, the Gillespie, the Upper Pend Oreille people would trade with him nearly 5,000 buffalo a year, buffalo hides back in the 1850s. So it was really an incredible relationship our people have with buffalo. So he knew that, and he recommended then that there would be a bison preserve in the heart of the reservation here. coincidentally overlapping the same area where the Allard Pablo herd had open free range. The tribes objected to it when they were finalizing it because, there was individual tribal member allotments there. The tribes objected to this, what you call a bipolar national trend that they were doing, take your buffalo away and then bring them back. And also just an additional taking of our reservation because we'd already lost nearly half of it to homesteading, and they were going to take another chunk of it for a national bison preserve when we already had bison here before they messed up the reservation with homesteading and the removal of our horse and buffalo herds. So they objected to it, but it happened anyway. And so we had this bison range in the heart of our reservation. Some of our tribe members enjoyed that, thought that was going to be a good thing. Actually, my great-great-uncle thought it was going to be a good thing, just friends with Dr. Elrod. But once they saw that the buffalo were fenced in, and they saw that they put up a gate and restricted access, they felt really bad because they'd never seen buffalo fenced in before, and then they thought that the guard at the gate was keeping the Indians out, that was part of their restrictive management, that, hey, you come here and you take a chunk, 20,000 acres of a reservation, put in a bison preserve, take buffalo we used to have here and put them back here. And then now you won't even let us have access to the landscape. And so they were pretty frustrated with that. It wasn't until later on they started hiring some tribal members, and we had a white buffalo, big medicine born, that a really attitude shift changed for our people and started to embrace the bison range and wanting to be more active with it. And it started the kind of a movement. So the white buffalo, big medicine, was a good sign for us. We had so many things taken from us, and now we had a new sign that this was going to be good times ahead of us, restorative things and more healthy things, and more of a better forecast or future for our people. So that kind of ended at that point in time. And then we jumped forward to the Indian Self-Determination Act, 75, and 94 with the Tribal Self-Governance Act. And so we were always interested in the bison range. Here it is, this federal resource in the middle of our reservation. And so we actively were looking for opportunities to get that back, or co-manage, or be more of a place for our people, for employment, for activities, and so it was a great interest in that. And so we started that line of activities, and under the guidance of one of our former tribal council chairs, we ended up going after an annual funding agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We had a very responsive Republican and federal administration that was supportive of that. And so we ended up doing an annual funding agreement for some of the activities on the bison range. At that point in time, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was really protective of their organization. Every branch of it, whether it was a refuge system or whatever it might be under the service, they were thinking it was a threat. That if we were to start compacting or contracting or under an annual funding agreement, pursue management, that they would lose authority, they would lose control of those things. And so the core of the service didn't appreciate the fact that we were doing an annual funding agreement. And they did everything in their power, really, and under my opinion, watching it and being part of it, to sabotage our cooperative relationship, to try to co-manage a bison preserve. Bison that we saved in the heart of our reservation. And we have this long-standing track record of excellent fish and wildlife stewardship and management on our reservation and in our Aboriginal territory. It's pretty much of an insult. They were successful. They ended up stopping our annual funding agreement. We ended up having to reboot and prove up that the service was acting as a bad actor, and pursued a second annual funding agreement. And that one was much better and much broader, because we ended up doing more things with the service on the bison range and made it more inclusive of the other refuges that we have on our reservation. There's a couple of bird refuges on our reservation that were recommended to be U.S. Fish and Wildlife refuges by our tribal council, because the amount of migratory waterfowl utilizing these irrigation reservoirs, man-made reservoirs that were put in our irrigation system here on our reservation. And so we appreciated that and wanted that kind of a management. That was added to our annual funding agreement in our second attempt to co-manage the National Bison Range. And it also was added was what we would call friendly managers. We ended up with the service finding folks that wanted to be stationed at the National Bison Range that wore the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service uniform and that wanted to see this to be a success. And so we pursued it, and it was absolutely a wonderful event. It was actually good. We were working really well. We were doing everything but the few things that the service deemed inherently federal functions. And that was some law enforcement and a couple other things, but predominantly we were told full management, and then they remained a refuge manager position, was kind of like a liaison position that was still stationed at the Bison Range with us. But the folks outside of that, the Blue Goose Alliance and Peer, they were a couple of nonprofits that sued on the annual funding agreement, the second one, and a federal judge thought that they were right, that the service didn't do their full NEPA correctly. They did the second annual funding agreement under a categorical exclusion, and the service thought that was a good thing to go. I think we did too at that point in time. But when they threw out their lawsuits, they were trolling on the fact that, well, the first AFA was canceled for a reason, and you needed to fully address that in the second AFA in your NEPA documents. And CADX wouldn't cut that, wouldn't provide that level of detail. So a judge did an order, and we had to cease and desist our second AFA. We tried to go back to the drawing board on that, and we're kind of unsuccessful, which led to actually a movement by us and within the service and a lot of NGOs out there to do a full restoration of the Bison Range to the tribes. And we pursued that heavily and drafted a bill for that to happen. And it was nearly to the point of something that was going to be successful, and then the Department of Interior lead put a kibosh on it. Then we looked at our water compact, and it was added into our water compact, the full restoration, the actual bill itself, into our water compact, water rights, final congressional bill, and that was signed into law as part of the mitigation in 2020 by President Trump. And we assumed full ownership of that Bison Range and operation today. So we have that under our belt right now. The other thing that was going on in bison management I want to talk about is the Yellowstone. And during the period of the total removal of buffalo in North America, there was these small pockets of buffalo that were located in different places, and one of those happened to be where the Yellowstone National Park is today. And those buffalo were always part of our landscape, our hunting rights, and we've never stopped taking buffalo in the Yellowstone area, even when the population got pretty low, because we always did it in a fashion that was minimal to the population herds. But as the park became concerned, and they got the buffalo numbers down to about 25 head of buffalo in Yellowstone Park, of course, Congress got involved, the president got involved. They brought in the Army to protect the remaining buffalo against the miners of the greater Yellowstone area, the miners and the ranchers, the sheep herders. There was a great assault on those buffalo in the park, not only outside of the park, but inside of the park. So the Lacey Act was brought forward to help protect those remaining buffalo. And then later on, after the Bison Range was created in 1908, and the buffalo were there, they ended up supplementing those 25 head of buffalo in Yellowstone with a large group of buffalo from the National Bison Range on our reservation, which are indirectly, they populated the Bison Range with the Conrad animals of the Allard herd. So those animals that the little prairie falcon rope saved in the day back in 1870s were brought forward all the way around and brought back to restock central Montana or the Yellowstone through these different endeavors. as we moved through time, the Yellowstone bison herd grew. You know, they kind of had hands off at first. They could manage them around 500 or 600, but they would bring in some tribal hunters to manage the population, try to keep the buffalo contained within the park. They had a Park Service had a paradigm shift and real hands off on managing wildlife and in their park, and the population grew. And as they grew, it became evident that there was a disease issue. If they came out of the park, they had been exposed to brucellosis, which is a cattle disease that came across the pond with all the European settlers. And APHIS, you know, Animal Plant Health Inspection Services, their mission is to eliminate brucellosis. And brucellosis, of course, is a dramatic disease in the cattle industry where it causes cattle to abort. And it causes an impact there, but more importantly, it was the basis for ungulate fever in human beings, and so that was another reason why they wanted to eradicate it, because there's so many children would die from drinking brucellosis infected milk and other products from farms, and it was pretty lethal. So those buffalo in Yellowstone were exposed to brucellosis, and so the livestock industry in Montana, all the buffalo, when they'd leave the park, would come into Montana, not into Wyoming, not into Idaho, into Montana. And the Montana livestock industry put up a wall. Didn't want those buffalo to come in Montana at all. So they had a firing line, and that caused a litigation. Animal rights activists and those folks like us that wanted to see buffalo restored to the landscape. We ended up with a federal court ruling, basically a shotgun marriage in 2000 that created the Interagency Bison Management Partners Plan or plan, and the critical land managers and cattle managers were part of the partners group, and that plan called for a peace, I guess, between the Park Service and Montana Department of Livestock and others, and they operated under that. And part of that was to restore bison hunting in Montana, because they had stopped it earlier on when the lawsuits were flying around. There wasn't any active bison hunting in Montana. And in 2005, they restored a hunt, and we became interested in trying to restore buffalo in a greater area of Montana. And so we started to officially be part of the hunt, and we started participating in all their partner plans meetings, and I went to those starting in 2005. We became an active partner in the Yellowstone herd management in the Interagency Bison Management Plan in 2010, and have been doing that ever since. And we've been having baby steps. That co-management there is with these different federal agencies. It's APHIS, it's the Park Service, it's U.S. Forest Service, state agencies, the Department of Livestock, the state vet, state and Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And we also brought in another tribe, the Nez Perce tribe, along with us, and the Intertribal Bison Council, which is a federally recognized nonprofit to promote buffalo herds in Indian country and on Indian reservations. So we are the Interagency Bison Management Plan Partner Group, and we're managing that habitat outside of the park primarily, and length of stay that buffalo can be out there, or permanency that buffalo can be. And it's been an interesting paradigm to deal with strict livestock interests, because it's not really about brucellosis with buffalo. It's about co-managing or co-stewardship of those federal lands where there are grazing allotments. And so it's really a self-interest of a lot of cattle producers to their operation can be dependent upon not only their personal property, but federal, pretty good size federal grazing allotment. And if you bring buffalo back onto that landscape, they need to be treated pretty much by the federal agencies as wildlife. And so that animal unit, that grazing unit, becomes an issue on the carrying capacity of how many cattle can be put on that property. So they really were concerned about, if we started reintroducing buffalo outside into Montana on different federal landscapes, their cattle operations would not be profitable anymore, because a lot of them have a really fine profit loss margin, and to lose half of your grazing lands would put them out of business. It really wasn't about brucellosis, and so that's what it is today. But it's been an interesting process there where we have committee meetings and we try to work together, these different silos of federal agencies, tribal interests and non-government interests that come to the table quite frequently. But it's been a real learning process. With that, I think I might just stop right there, Monty.
All right. Thank you so much, Vice Chairman McDonald. Taylor?
Hi, everyone. My name is Taylor Shad. I am a citizen of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, and I am from the Minnekoju and Hunkpapa bands of the tribe. I grew up in the Black Hills of South Dakota, which is about 6 hours northeast of here, and I am a policy advisor at the USDA Office of Tribal Relations, where I focus on natural resources and Forest Service portfolio for our office, as well as the indigenous knowledge and our new seed saving effort in our office. I am very honored to be here. This is probably the first time back at CU Law since I graduated. It might be the first time in person with everyone at CU Law since COVID, actually. So it's really an honor to be back here at my law school. So I will be talking about tribal co-stewardship from the USDA side of things. Throughout the presentation, you will see images from trips out to Indian country where we took USDA and Forest Service leadership out to meetings with tribes, specifically to talk about co-stewardship. So this image that you see up here is actually from a visit to the Blackfeet tribe in Montana. And this is on the Helena, Lewis and Clark National Forest. And in the background, you can kind of see the behind the teepee, you can see this is the Badger 2 medicine area. So I will start, these are kind of the topics I wanted to go through. So USDA organization fairly quickly, just to kind of situate you guys on, how the USDA is shaped. The last day we've been talking a lot about DOI and a little bit on Forest Service, but the USDA is a little bit different in our structure. I'll touch on briefly on the Joint Secretarial Order. Monty did a good job of framing that up, so I might skim through that one a little bit quicker. And then I really wanted to get into, our tribal co-stewardship accomplishments that we've been able to do the last few years at USDA, as well as a few co-stewardship examples that we consider pretty historic, and they've been signed in the last year or so. So wanted to highlight those for you as well. Okay. So this is the USDA org chart. Org charts really help me situate a conversation, kind of to show where all the players are located. So my office is in the brown box at the top. It's the Office of Tribal Relations. We are led by a director and a deputy director, and we are based in the Secretary's office. So we are part of the Secretary's office team. And then under that, we also have within the secretaries is the mission areas, is what we call them. So these are things like food and nutrition services, rural development, and then you'll also see natural resources in the environment where the Forest Service is located, and that is led by an undersecretary. So the Office of Tribal Relations, this kind of gives you just a very brief overview of what we do as policy advisors within OTR. So we work on USDA policy to remove barriers to access to those USDA programs for tribal nations. We review regulations. We are a connection point for tribes wanting to access USDA programs. We staff intergovernmental working groups. So there's like a whole range of these things that we do within our office. But more importantly, we serve as the single point of contact for consultation with American Indian, Alaska Native governments, and work to refine the consultation process to ensure partnerships, strong partnerships to preserve tribal sovereignty. And then this is just a little bit about the Forest Service organization. So within the USDA, we have the U.S. Forest Service under the Natural Resource Environment Mission Area. So the U.S. Forest Service manages 193 million acres across 154 national forests and 20 national grasslands. The national grasslands make up about 4 million of those 193 million acres. This makes USDA the second largest public land manager in the U.S. after the BLM. So the Forest Service is divided into 4 levels. So you have the headquarters, which is the Washington office. This is where the chief is located and his staff and his or her staff are located. This is also where we have the National Forest System, which are the public lands managed by the Forest Service. And then we also have Forest Service research, administration, and international programs are housed here, as well as the state and private and tribal forestry deputy area. So Forest Service is kind of unique at USDA in that it has its own Office of Tribal Relations located in the deputy area of state, private, and tribal forestry. And they do a lot of coordination with the tribes and with the different forests and the tribal liaisons located in those forests. And they actually have their own assistant director over co-stewardships and programs. So our Office of Tribal Relations works very closely with their Office of Tribal Relations. And then from there, you have the regions that are divided into 9 geographical areas that you can see on the top map here. Each region is led by a regional forester who oversees the forest supervisors in that region. And then you have the national forests and grasslands, which are kind of at the bottom map there that you can see on the right. It's not the greatest map, but you can kind of see the span of the land. And these are led by forest supervisors, in which I said earlier, you know, there's 154 national forests and 20 national grasslands. And then within each forest, there are several ranger districts led by district rangers. And there are over more than 600 ranger districts with staff that can vary from 10 to 100 people, and size of those districts can be from 50,000 acres to 1 million acres. So I wanted to provide you guys this framing as we dive a little bit deeper into co-stewardship, because a lot of times it is the tribes reaching out to any number of these folks. It could be their tribal liaison on the forest, the tribal program manager at the region. It could be the forest supervisors themselves, the regional foresters, sometimes all the way up to the chief, the undersecretary, and in some cases, especially the last few years, tribes reaching out to the secretary, and in some cases, the president, to learn more about co-stewardship and see where partnership can happen. Okay, so we are going to get into the joint secretarial order. Like I said, Monty covered a lot of this earlier, so I'm going to try to go through it pretty quickly. But I did want to start looking at, what we've been doing in these last few years to kind of frame up the actual agreements that have been happening. So this was signed in 2021 by the Department of Agriculture and the Interior. So Secretary Vilsack and Secretary Holland jointly entered this agreement. And then I believe in 2022, it was amended to add the Department of Commerce, who oversees the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, to the agreement. And then, so, within the GASO, it was issued to ensure that the participating departments are managing federal lands and waters in a manner that seeks to protect treaty, religious, subsistence, and cultural interests of federally recognized tribes. The management is consistent with nation-to-nation relationship, as well as fulfill the United States trust and trust responsibility. So the way that the joint secretarial order is kind of broken up, it was sectioned out in 3 different ways to look at the federal government's relationship with tribes and public lands. So we have federal stewardship. So this is when the federal government is solely stewarding the land, and looking at when the government when making decisions, they should include consideration of how to safeguard the interests of tribes that the decisions may affect. And then we have co-stewardship. The participating departments should make agreements with Indian tribes to collaborate in the co-stewardship of federal lands and waters. And then lastly, we have tribal stewardship. So the federal participating departments should identify and support tribal opportunities to consolidate tribal homelands and empower tribal stewardship with those resources. So we're going to focus mostly on the co-stewardship one, even though at the USDA we have been leaning into that last one, tribal stewardship, a little bit more this last year. So with that policy framing in mind, I want to look at what specifically Forest Service has been doing and how they are framing up co-stewardship. in a lot of ways of the, internal discussions on co-stewardship, what we've been having. So this is a picture actually from a co-stewardship agreement on the Chippewa National Forest on fuels reduction that I got to visit, that they've worked with the tribes on that fuels reduction. And I think it was also some traditional blueberry patches in there as well. So it was really, really nice to see. Oh, and we also saw a black bear while we were there. So that was always a fun trip when you get to see that on a national forest. So, how we have been framing up co-stewardship, especially at the Forest Service Office of Tribal Relations, kind of aligns with how Monty was talking about it earlier. It's focused on meaningful and continued engagement that allows for tribal guidance in the development and implementation of planning. Listening to what is important to the tribes as defined by the tribes rather than, what the federal agencies are defining it as. Tribes being primary partners in planning and implementation. And then ensuring that management decisions reflect and integrate tribal knowledge where appropriate. And then, tribal co-stewardship a lot of times is defined by the forest or the grassland and the tribes who are co-stewarding within that relationship. So how Forest Service has been looking at co-stewardship in Forest Service OTR is a matter of the activity, maybe not necessarily the type of the agreement. So for example, the co-stewardship activity might be to restore habitat and to habitat restoration and to achieve a cultural purpose. That activity, whether it's invasive species management or fuels removal, might be authorized by any number of authorities, Good Neighbor Authority, Stewardship and Result Contracting, Tribal Forest Protection Act, and then that authority and activity might be executed with any number of agreements or instruments, master supplemental good neighbor agreement, supplemental stewardship agreement, TFPA 638 agreement. So you have the activity, you have the authority, and you have the agreement. The activity is what we look at when we're talking about what is co-stewardship within our Forest Service and our OTR office. So, increasing partnership opportunities with the tribes through co-stewardship. This is just some of our accomplishments over the last few years in this space. So in 2023, we executed more than 120 co-stewardship agreements, representing a total investment of $68 million, which more than tripled the $19.8 million investment in fiscal year 2022. These investments and these agreements included $37 million in 12 self-determination agreements, which was up from $4.3 million in fiscal year 2022. And we are still in the process of figuring out what our 2024 progress is to be determined. We just finished our fiscal year about a week ago, so waiting on those numbers and what those look like this year. So we are going to get into the more fun stuff now, the actual examples of what we've been doing these last few years. And this image is actually a traditional plant that was taken at a sacred site up in the Black Hills. You can kind of see that mountain in the back, which is Flag Mountain. And this was from a visit out in August of this year, which I will discuss a little bit more. So I have 3 recent examples to highlight for you all on the progress that has been made. So first one is the Mendenhall Glacier Recreation Area with the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. So this is for the recreation area and the visitor center. So the center was built in 1962. It's the first visitor center in the National Forest System. I couldn't find a really good photo of the visitor center, but this is the actual, the glacier in that photo. So the president of the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Tribes came to us at OTR at USDA and said they would like to co-steward the visitor center and recreation area. I want to say these conversations started a few years ago. So we met with them. The USDA leadership team met with them when the tribe came out to DC. And within that, we coordinated discussions with the forests and the regions. That's how a lot of, at least within the last few years, the co-stewardship that has happened, it's been, letters or messages from the tribal leaders asking, my office, NRE, the secretary to work with co-stewardship, and a lot of them were actually framed up in the JSO. In a JSO context when that came out. So my office does a lot of coordination on those meetings. We reach out to Forest Service, we reach out to NRE, we reach out to everyone else, whoever else in the Secretary's office that might want to be on those conversations. And we set up a preliminary meeting really to meet with the tribes, to discuss what they're interested in. It's kind of we go over everything that is, whether in the letters that they might have sent or any sort of interest that they might have on the forest. And the Tlingit and Haida tribe actually came out and they met with us, and they talked about what they were interested in and the significance of this area to them and wanting to co-steward the area. The nice thing is the tribe already had a relationship with the Forest Service because they've been doing work on the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy. So they knew who those contacts were at the Forest Service and the regional office, which isn't always the case for when tribes come to us. It's a spectrum. Sometimes they have a great relationship with the forest and they've been working with them for years, or sometimes they don't have a relationship and they want to establish those relationships, and they use kind of my office as the go-between, which is what we're there for. So within this specific agreement, there was a lot of back and forth, working things out on the logistics. Visitor centers are a little bit different than the normal on-the-ground work that the Forest Service usually does with tribes. But I'm happy to say that after, I think, a year or so of discussions, in the fall of last year, the tribe and the regional foresters signed a co-stewardship agreement over the recreation area. So this included an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, that called out traditional knowledge and cultural heritage of the Tlingit and Haida people being integral to the consideration in all management decisions related to the glacier and the recreation area. There was also a master participating agreement, which included opportunities on hiring more interpreters, cultural education for existing staff, and improving interpretation programs to reflect Native American culture more accurately. So this is one where the forests and regions have really leaned into partnership and taken a tribal lens approach to the services being offered and the visitor experience, and including the tribal history and the tribal story in that. Next example, speaking of bison and buffalo restoration, the Dakota Prairie grasslands. As I said, the National Forest also has about 20 national grasslands under its purview. A lot of them are in the Great Plains area, but this was a really, really unique instance because these grasslands were actually, part of them are within the exterior boundaries of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe reservation. So you have the tribe as well as federal land in there. And I should have included a map, but instead I included this picture of buffalo that you can clearly see in the distance. If you look really closely, this is actually the Standing Rock buffalo herd, and this came from a visit out to the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe. And this is probably as close as you want to get to a buffalo herd. So, as we heard yesterday, the Forest Service has a multi-use and sustainable yield mandate like the BLM, and one of the uses is issuing grazing permits. And this particular agreement is a really unique example because it is an agreement, as I said, on national grasslands that are managed by the Forest Service and within the exterior boundaries of a tribal reservation. So this was very similar in the sense that the chairwoman of Standing Rock reached out to my office, the Office of Tribal Relations, about the grasslands and thinking about what can be done on them. In the grand scheme of things, as we heard, the tribe probably wants those lands back, but what can we do right now within our authorities at Forest Service? So regarding co-stewardship and over these lands. So the chairwoman came out to DC, and then we also had multiple meetings online, and we discussed what can be done. The tribe was already doing some work on the grasslands and had some of the permits for their cattle herds, but recently, a lot of tribes have been leaning into food sovereignty, and this is something we're doing at the USDA as well. We have a food sovereignty initiative in our office, and we've been seeing this especially after COVID, and working to return to those traditional food sources. And for the tribes of the Great Plains and the Rocky Mountain region, as we heard from Vice Chairman McDonald, that is bison. That is bison and buffalo restoration. So we met with the chairwoman. In that meeting, she invited the chief and the undersecretary out to Standing Rock, to see the lands. It's a little bit different when you're sitting in an office in DC and talking about these things and the vast areas of land that these tribes have, especially in the West. But it's getting out on the ground and really traveling for 3 hours from the closest airport and going to these herds and then driving another 2 hours to get to the grasslands within the reservation on, bumpy roads that aren't really maintained as well, that you really see what the tribes are talking about and what they want to do. So we did that. We took the chief of the Forest Service and the undersecretary of Natural Resource, and we took them out to Standing Rock for their first joint visit to the tribes. We like to say we started with the easiest tribes, the Great Sioux Nation tribes, with the Forest Service. So there was a lot of learning that was done and a lot of growing that we did on that trip. These are treaty tribes, and they know their treaties better than anyone else. And that's a lot of what we heard. And so, my office gave the chief and the undersecretary copies of that treaty, and we're like, here you go. This is what you're going to hear about. And they read them. And I think the conversation went really, really well. That relationship started to be built back again because they took the time to go out to those lands, to see the buffalo herd, to talk with the tribes, to see the Missouri River. And so from that trip, a lot of the leadership came back and with a new understanding and really wanted to see what we can do and how we can partner to fit the needs of the tribes while also the needs of the grassland. And I am really, really happy to say that on August 22nd of this year, so just a few months ago, the tribe signed a co-stewardship agreement with the Dakota Prairie Grasslands over the Grand River Ranger District over a portion of the grasslands within the reservation, with the focus on bison and native seed restoration on those grasslands. These agreements include, transitioning the grazing allotment from a cattle allotment to a bison operation, constructing critical allotment infrastructures, restoring previously cultivated lands within the allotment to native grassland species, including native woody species, and then integrating a youth component to this work. I consider this, and I think a lot of people at Forest Service OTR consider this a historic agreement because we haven't partnered with a tribe in this capacity before, but also because the nature of the agreement centering around buffalo, which is not super common for Forest Service, but is a growing area, as that we've heard from tribes, as we heard the vice chairman speaking about earlier. So this is one of our agreements that happened in the last month. And last one that I wanted to highlight, because this is a very, very historic one, is the Black Hills National Forest MOU with the tribes of the Great Sioux Nation. So this one really centers on rebuilding relationships. I don't know how much you all know about the relationship between the Great Sioux Nation and the Black Hills National Forest, but we don't really have time to get into the history. But it is a very complex history that involves multiple treaties. It involves acts of Congress and eventually a Supreme Court ruling in the 1980s. So in the beginning of the conversation with the tribes, there wasn't a huge relationship with the national forest and the forest there because of the history. So when the tribes, when these discussions were starting to happen a few years ago, we were kind of starting from scratch, but also rebuilding those relationships. It happened in the same way where we got a letter from the tribes, and this was a unique letter in the sense that it was from multiple tribes. It wasn't just one. It was on behalf of the Great Sioux Nation as well as the treaty tribes, the traditional treaty council as well. So one of the questions we always ask tribes is what your relationship with the forest and the grassland is. It helps us to understand the tribe's perspective, but it also helps us to understand where to situate the conversation. So this came from multiple tribes, and this was actually included in the trip for the Standing Rock. So we kind of made a full swoop of the North and South Dakota during that trip. So in that trip, the Black Hills National Forest and the USDA leadership met with tribes, held a consultation, and talked about what the tribes wanted to do. It took a few years of back and forth, kind of with all of them have been, but I'm very happy to say that on August 22nd of 2024, 8 tribes of the Great Sioux Nation, which included the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, the Crow Creek Sioux Tribe, the Lower Brule Sioux Tribe, Ogallala Sioux Tribe, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate, Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, and Spirit Lake Sioux Tribe, signed a historic MOU with the Rocky Mountain region for the Black Hills National Forest on co-stewardship over portions of the forest, which included framework for consultation, land and water conservation, sustainable forest stewardship, landscape scale restoration, cultural resource, fuels reduction, wildfire management, youth programs, workforce development, and enhanced visitor relationship. So like with the Mendenhall Glacier Visitor Center, some of the tribes even signed a special MOU to co-steward the Pactola Visitor Center, which overlooks Pactola Lake, which you can see in this photo. So they are working on making that integrating cultural and traditional perspectives into that visitor center. So this is a new agreement and progress is being made, but we really are happy to see this one go through. And it would not have been done without the persistence of the tribes and the integral dialogue and value put on these types of relationships. So with that, I will end my presentation and go on to the next one.
How's it sound? All right. Talofa, afil mai fa'afeitai te lelafa. In my own kind of indigenous tongue, Samoan, I said, welcome, hello, and thank you for allowing me to be here. I do that for a couple of reasons. One, I work not exclusively, but primarily within Native American and Indian country. And so I'm paid the highest compliment. People assume I'm Native American. I always have to kind of correct them. I'm Samoan and indigenous Filipino on my mom's side. So when I teach, I usually start off with a dad joke. And so you will have that grave exercise before you this morning. This grasshopper walks into a bar. The bartender looks at the grasshopper and says, "Oh my God, we have a cocktail named after you." The grasshopper looks at the bartender and says, "No way, dude. You got a drink named Steve?" I digress. I'm here Tuesdays and Thursdays. Don't be an ass. Tip your waitress. So, one of the things I also talk about is, what is the provenance and how is knowledge derived? Because we need to ask these questions. And so, really briefly, my kind of experience with co-management, as it's kind of been alluded to, has been through my experience as the inaugural director of the Bears Years, but also I was a principal with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs as well as U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to the establishment of Papahanaumokuakea, which at the time was the largest national marine monument in the world. It's a different model, one for a different day in discussion, but briefly, Native Hawaiians in that actually bought their way to be a co-manager of the national monument. So there's a lot of different examples, and I think what we're really talking about in this is a burgeoning area that has been before us for a fairly long time in all kinds of examples. But if you look at the co-stewardship model, in many ways, it represents the status quo. It is solicitation, enhanced consultation, and trying to kind of really tether decision-making to some of the opinions of tribes. And I say that in a very kind of tenuous way because that's what it really represents. It is not a formality, it is not operationalized, and certainly at the end of the day, the federal government has licensing agencies to either kind of listen attentively and follow through, or kind of just cast it aside. So on one end of the spectrum, you have co-stewardship. And then on the far end, in its kind of fully manifested way, is co-management, shared decision-making, one that is reflected by a legal agreement that delineates responsibilities, but also sharing resources and assets. And so I'm going to kind of approach this, just for the sake of time, sort of like a bad SWOT, consultation. So what are the strengths of co-management? Well, the first thing is, it is a vibrant kind of example of the ability of tribes to exercise sovereignty. So that is why, when we look at these definitions, and they're very few, and so if one wanted to kind of, do a bit of their own kind of wonky, nerdy background work, I suggest you go to the Congressional Research Service report of May 2023. And it starts off in the first paragraph to say, co-management is not legally defined, nor is it codified. So what we have is some policy statements from agencies that can vary from situation as well as to the inherent and organic kinds of authorities of these departments. So put that on one side, but going back to the strengths, exercise of sovereignty, which really is a reflection of self-determination and self-governance. And then it is rooted with traditional and native knowledge as its primacy. So it's not done at the exclusion of science, it's done so we turn it on its head, that science buttress and supports traditional knowledge. Too often, the sequence has been inverted, right? We need to lead with science, and if it compels or makes it more provocative or more evocative, we'll then throw in traditional or native knowledge. And really, from a native side, traditional knowledge is really the forward stepping foot of all of this. So it instructs the land management, the strategic plan, and how we go in a very long-term way. The third item is it gives you in real time the ability for Native communities to really emphasize and practice their own spirituality, their own theology on their own ancestral homelands. The fourth item is, if you look at it in long term, because you're turning many of these activities back to the tribe, there is a kind of a financial quotient that is very pragmatic. It really, in many ways, says the federal government is not going to be engaged in long-term legacy costs for employees, but rather we turn these over to the tribes. We assist in the resources and assets, but they get out of the business and really then corner it in probably the most consistent partner you can ever have. Too often in our world of, whether you work in climate, conservation, large landscapes, and you're working with nonprofits, it's very benevolent, they're very generous, but it tends to be cyclical. And so you can get out of that kind of up and down by working with tribes. In many instances, the advantages and opinions held by tribes 50, 100 years ago are consistent to the T to this day. So then you have that consistency. And then last, it is real-time restorative justice. We are placing peoples and communities that in many instances have been there from time immemorial and returning ancestral homelands to be managed in a culturally appropriate but also environmentally efficient way. So that's your plus. The minus on all of this is, and it's several, as we've kind of just went over, there's not a consistency in legal definition. So the expectation from tribe to tribe, from project to project, can really differ, right? Also, not all co-management activities are really kind of viewed the same. And I don't say that as a pejorative because they're all, worthwhile, but like anything else, there are charismatic landscapes. And so the Bears Ears is one of them. The Grand Canyon is one of them. Papahanao is one of them. And so it competes in the attention of the public as well as political administrations. Those that are most evocative and compelling get both the attention and resources. So you have that item. It is really one that we're fighting for resources, which is in many ways the kind of crux and inflection point of many tribal activities, right? How do you do this? The problem is budgets are formed 2-3 years prior to a current activity. So an agency never really thinks about co-management when a tribe brings it up in a real-time situation. And what I mean by that is, when we were doing the Bears Ears and then the secretary then instructed that they should support it, that regional office, we basically featured their budget. Now, I could say that's not my problem, but if we're thinking about the portability, but moreover, the durability of these kinds of dynamics and mechanisms, we have to be contemplative on how it affects the budgets, because in many ways, this affects other kinds of tribal activities. So think about it in two ways. One could go about co-management and its financing through the BIA on its general assistance, but it does that at the jeopardy of other activities. And many people do not realize, while the Bears Ears is super important for tribes, it's not the most important thing. When you're talking about Head Start programs, when you're talking about juvenile justice, when you're talking about health programs, these are competing against finite dollars of your general assistance of the BIA budget. So that's one side of the ledger. The other side is actually then coming into an arrangement and negotiating this with the federal agency. So that kind of unpacks this other kind of complication. Not all tribes have this kind of both dexterity, but what I would call institutional gravitas to kind of fluidly and seamlessly negotiate this. And so now we put tribes in a situation where they have to interface to kind of create these agreements in which then you can formalize as well as negotiate the dollar portions. Now that also insinuates my next point. It's very time consuming. When you look at the window on how this is done, Bears Ears is frequently cited, but in reality, this was something 20 years in the making. And it really took the kind of goodwill as well as the collective kind of forces and collaboration of a lot of external partners to create this. Make no mistake about it, the tribes were at the tip of the spear and ultimately made all the large decision making, but we had to create a really kind of robust kind of decision making with a bunch of different partners, which included philanthropy, large-scale conservation, grassroots community groups, as well as those groups that were kind of community-driven on the ground, and still adhering to the model, which is in many ways a remnant of a paternalistic, provincial kind of leadership, tribal leadership. So at the end of the day, what you have is this kind of L-shaped, all right, at the end of the day, tribal leadership has to be put in the parenthetical of decision-making, and then this kind of more horizontal in which grassroots inform both us as well as the leadership on what's happening on the ground. And so when you think about this, if you're not operating out of a treaty right, if you're not operating out of a legal agreement, you have very, very little room to move. And so, much of my kind of advocacy is how do we create a pool of capitalization to assist those tribes on what I would call, for a lack of a better term, startup costs, so then that they can come into this interface with the federal government, negotiate an MOU or an MOA, as well as terms to how this will be kind of financed into perpetuity. Some things to think about, but I'll kind of leave it at that so we can have some Q&A.
Thank you all. Maybe one question? What? Okay, sweet. We've just been granted leeway for some more time. So there are a number of great questions in the chat. I know we won't get to them all, but hopefully, and I will volunteer our panelists to be quizzed during the break too, so feel free to hit them up. I wonder, in our time remaining, and you've heard answers, I think, to a number of those questions or issues raised by our speakers that have really addressed kind of the fundamental issues in those questions. I wonder if we could go across the board here and folks might be willing to offer your thoughts on the next steps or the coming future of co-stewardship, co-management. You can think about in the context of political changes, potentially, new administrations, funding and capitalization, Pat, as you talked about, or other opportunities for expansive authority. Or Vice Chairman McDonald, I wonder, in the context of your work and leadership on behalf of Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, other issues or approaches to co-stewardship that are on the horizon. And whoever wants to start can take it.
Since I just kind of spoke, I'll just say that one of the things that I'm currently working on is really how do we wrangle up, philanthropy has a huge role to play in this, right? And so I'm working with the NCAI Foundation, so the National Congress of American Indians has now this foundational side of them to create not 5, 10, but like a pool of $100 to $200 million, so that there can be a direct assistance to these tribes in this startup cost portion of it. And then, the others, my suggestion is to really consider from both conservation as well as tribal communities. I think we need the leadership of CEQ. CEQ, as you know, kind of sits in the White House setting environmental kinds of parameters as well as a consistency to federal agencies. And if CEQ were to push agencies, I think we could have a bit more conformity on how we define these things, expectations, and how one goes about it. And so those are, two thoughts off the top of my head.
Okay, thanks.
Bonnie, if I may,
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just want to tear off a couple things that he just mentioned. That philanthropy is critical. Yeah, it's been active with Native Americans in philanthropy to try to help stimulate that. And try, it's like startup funding and as he mentioned before, the backdoor deal of trying to set up, co-management and federal funding is immense. And doing our AFAs we did with the Bison Range, it's incredible the amount of legwork you have to do with in this particular case, the service or the BIA to help support our annual funding agreement. It's incredible. The one thing I just want to mention is the way we've been looking at it in the future is to try to stimulate all the federal agencies to look at how stewardship is really critical to the best management practices that they have. That the tribes have so much to offer. And again, that continuity of our management has been there for thousands of years. And so it is something you can rely on. And so to be able to manage an asset or a resource, utilizing the native people, their language, their place names, all the activities, the historical use of that place. If you're a land management agency, you're actually at default if you're not doing that, because that's the best information you can possibly have. If you're trying to restore something, well, what better ways to identify that than talking to the people who've been on the landscape for the past 10,000 years? And so it's really incredible what you can learn from folks. And the other thing is doing that trust responsibility, to those of us that have trust resources out there with treaty rights. You really need to be able to look at ways to bring back our people to the landscape that have been removed from the landscape, many times forcibly, So if you have something there that you know the tribes have been involved with, you really need to go after the tribes and invite them and bring that back. And the restorative, power of that with our people is incredible for both the greater communities and our tribal communities for sense of place and restoration. So we focus that all the time. We've been pursuing, good neighbor authorities, MOUs, with the BLM, the Forest Service. We've been trying to, work on everything, exploring everything with the Fish and Wildlife Service for potential new co-management and stewardship, activities that we can throughout the country. So we're actively pursuing that because you know what? It's the right thing to do. It is absolutely the right thing to do for federal agencies and state agencies. And bringing along the NGOs to be partners with that is a requirement in my book. So thank you.
Thank you. Taylor?
Yeah, just quickly, I can't really speak to any administration changes or, any additional congressional authorities that might come down. But, what I can say is that at the USDA, a lot of work has been put in these last few years to kind of institutionalize this practice of working directly and firstly with tribes. The policy direction might change over the years, but at the end of the day, a lot of the stuff that we're working on is because we have the authority to do it, and that was given to us from Congress and within the legislature. The TFPA, the Tribal Forest Protection Act, has been in place since 2004, so almost 20 years. It wasn't until the Farm Bill that we got the 638 demonstration project at Forest Service that attached the TFPA projects. But the Good Neighbor Authority, that's in law as well. So even though the policy might change either way, the work that is being done between the forests and the tribes is all mandated by Congress, and we're allowed to do it. We're legally allowed to do it. So, with that institutionalization of the practice of partnering with tribes being, one of the first things you go to, and really getting the buy-in from the forests and the regions and the grasslands, I can see this, continuing to go forward, whatever happens, in the other branches of government. So.
And I have one other kind of thing to add, which I didn't mention, but it is kind of critical to this conversation. As per the law review article that Kevin Washburn did, 638 contracting has a really critical role to play in this. For those of you who don't know, tribes can be certified through a 638 process to really assume kind of federal function, but also assume the FTEs involved. And too often we've come to this kind of really actually, and it's Saturday morning, but bullshit policies by the Department of Interior relative that this is a slippery slope. For God's sake, the staff at the, I think total staffing at DOI is 70,000. What we're talking about is a couple dozen people that would be switched over to tribal departments. 638, and this is showing my age, I worked on the 1993 amendments to self-determination, were inherently done for the function of the enhancement of their capacity in infrastructure. It doesn't make mention that an agency will lose a couple people. So that has to be confronted because that really allows a flexibility of these responsibilities to be turned over. And this is, from department to department as well. And so in many ways, that is undervalued and underused. But the rhetoric from the departments on this is really based in hyperbole.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I think we'll have to leave it there for now, but the discussion continues. Certainly a ton of great work and challenging issues out there to pursue, including some of the questions raised in the chat, particularly about the effects of recent Supreme Court decisions around agency deference and discretion, current and future political changes, funding issues, and all the rest. So hopefully, especially those of you in the room who are in law school or about to leave, you see a path forward in working in this field. So please join me in thanking our panelists, and I think we have a break.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Before we get started, I thought I would just mention, for those of you who are from out of town and planning to stay here overnight, it is elk rutting season up in Rocky Mountain National Park. And if it's about a 45-minute drive from here, if you have some time, they usually come out, they're pretty active at dusk. So you'd have to leave pretty soon after the end of our program today, but it's worth a visit if you've not had a chance to see the elk riding. This is the mating season. They're bugling and they're butting heads and things like that. It's kind of fun to see if you've not seen it before. Please feel free to talk to one of us who have been up there before if you'd like some advice about where to go and how to do it. All right, let me see. Let me just sort of talk about what we're going to do this morning in the second panel. So I'm going to start off, and I'm going to be just talking about the general mining law sort of writ large, but particularly focusing on a few issues that are current under the general mining law. And then we've added Steve Felgus to the program. You guys may remember Steve from yesterday. He was talking about oil and gas with us yesterday. Steve, you'll remember, is the principal deputy assistant secretary for lands and minerals management and at the Department of the Interior. And he has a wide range of experience dealing with mining issues. And I thought it'd be helpful if he could just sort of follow up from my presentation and correct me where I'm wrong and offer a few other insights about where things are with the mining law. And particularly, Steve worked for quite some time for Raul Grijalva, who's been one of the champions of mining law reform. And so he has a strong background in that area. And then after myself and after Steve go, we're going to sort of turn to issues relating to indigenous people and the concerns that we have with mining in areas that might affect Indian tribes and indigenous people in other places. And we're going to start there with Chase Velasquez. And Chase is a lawyer at Rothstein and Donatelli, I think is his firm, but he's represented and he works with a lot of Native American tribes. And he's going to talk to us about an interesting case study involving Oak Flat and the sort of conflicts between tribes and the proposed mining operation by the mining company down there. It's a big copper mine, a really big copper mine that is being sort of proposed down there. That case, I think, is still pending in the Ninth Circuit in an en banc review there. So, and then we're going to close with my colleague and friend. Jim Anaya was our former dean. He's now back on the faculty, but before he came to Colorado, he was the special rapporteur on the rights of indigenous people and was really instrumental, one of the principal people in helping to set up the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And so he has a wealth of background in this area. More recently, he's been working with the International Council on Mines and Metals on a project that they have with regard to protecting indigenous rights. And you'll hear from Jim about some of that material. Okay, so let's get going if we can. I'm going to just run through a few slides here about the current issues that we have on the mining law. And I guess I don't have let's see what's going on here. Maybe I won't be doing this. Let's see. Where's we don't have the tech people today, do we? Or maybe we do. Annie, help. Oh, here you go. I don't know why my thing's not working. Oh, no.
Try that.
It's not going there. Okay, good. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. I kind of want to walk away from the podium, but I guess I'm not supposed to because we've got a microphone. All right. So just quickly, most of you know about the general mining law. I thought I'd run through it really quickly because I want to come back to some of what I'm going to explain about the general mining law when I talk about some of the current issues that we're facing. You all probably know that our system is one of what we call self-initiation. You can locate a mining claim. You don't need to get permission to go out onto the public lands that are open for location, and you can try to locate a mining claim. If you make a discovery of valuable minerals, then you have a mining claim. You have to be able to show that a prudent person would be justified in developing a profitable mine at that site. And importantly here, the claimant pays nothing for the right to mine on public lands. If they have a valid mining claim, they get to take the public's minerals. They don't pay royalties, they don't pay rentals. And in most cases, as we're going to talk about, they don't pay anything to dump their waste on our public lands. So this is one of the issues that's been front and center recently. Okay. Historically, you could also get a patent to the land if you had a valid mining claim. That has not been true since 1994. And there's been a moratorium that I think likely will remain in place for quite some time. I don't see it coming back. But the patent, of course, gave you fee title to the land. And so that is no longer the case with respect to mining claims. But there has been a lot of conversation over decades now on trying to reform the mining law. And there's some suggestion that we should move to a leasing system, which is the more prominent way in which minerals are developed and owned through the system throughout the world. There's been a lot of talk. This is probably the most prominent talk about ensuring a fair return to the federal government for the minerals that the mining companies are taking from the public lands. And of course, there are concerns about the impacts on our public lands and making sure that those are properly addressed. Just a sort of a tidbit about this, or another important point, I guess, a lot of the mining that takes place on public lands in the United States is carried out by foreign mining companies. Technically, they have to have a local subsidiary. The mining law says you have to be a citizen to locate a mining claim, but it's been interpreted to include domestic corporations. But as a practical matter, most of these corporations have their main offices and their main business in other countries. And so we are essentially giving away our public land minerals for nothing to foreign mining companies, which is, I think, an issue and potential problem. Okay, I want to talk about a couple of cases that are currently important, I think, about where things stand with the mining law. But I have to disclose that I have a potential conflict of interest, at least in terms of talking about these cases, because I am on the board of two organizations that are relevant to these cases. I'm on the board of the Western Mining Action Project, where the lawyer in both of these cases, Roger Flynn, is the principal lawyer, and he was involved in these cases. And so I just wanted to disclose that. I am also on the board of Earthworks, which is the main plaintiff in the second case that I want to talk about today. So just so you know that, I also want to just acknowledge that this may sound like I'm opposed to all mining on our public lands, and I don't want to do that. I just want to make clear that that is not my position about mining. I actually think it's important that we bear the fair share of mining on our public lands, because if we're not doing that, we are instead exporting these problems to other countries, oftentimes countries that are undeveloped and have bigger problems with maintaining good mining practices. And so I think we do need to have proper mining in this country. I just think that it probably needs to be done properly, and that's the subject, I think, of these cases. Okay, so let me start with the Rosemont mining case. It's Center for Biological Diversity versus the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This is the quote from the court's majority opinion in the case. And just briefly, this case involves a big open pit copper mine. You can see in the description, it's more than a mile wide and more than a half a mile deep. So it's a really big mining operation. And nobody really disputes that Rosemont has legal rights to the property that it wants to mine. It's a combination of patented and unpatented mining claims, a lot of it on national forest land, and so that's what they want to mine. The dispute is here about where they put their waste. And so, again, from the court's opinion, you can see that they're going to be producing a lot of waste, and what Rosemont wanted to do was dump 1.9 billion tons of waste rock. This was going to cover 2,447 acres of national forest land, and this is about 4 square miles of land. So if you can imagine, 4 square miles in the national forest would be covered 700 feet deep with waste rock from this mining operation. And again, importantly, they wanted to pay nothing for the privilege of dumping their waste rock on our national forest. It would remain our property, but of course would really not be usable for other purposes, probably forever. So there were two arguments that were made by the plaintiffs in this case to try to block the use of this waste rock on the national forest land. One of them was, and by the way, this is the government, this is the National Forest Service, or the U.S. Forest Service, that wanted to approve the use of this waste rock on public land. So it was the plaintiff environmental group that was challenging that. The government was arguing, first under the Multiple Use Sustained Yield Act, that the government, essentially the Forest Service, could do what it wanted to do with its national forest lands because there was rights for multiple use, and that included authorizing essentially this waste pit to be put on national forest lands. The lower court disagreed. The government seemed to back off to some extent in the Court of Appeals in this case, and ultimately that argument did not prevail. You can see, by the way, the Multiple Use Sustained Yield Act at the bottom of the slide doesn't really talk about something like using the land for a waste dump. And so I think what the court suggested here was appropriate. The big claim and the big issue, I think, in this case really had to do with the second argument that the government was making. And here they basically were suggesting that under the mining law, more or less, they could essentially authorize the company to dump its waste rock in conjunction with its approval of a plan of operations. That is, as long as the company was mining, they could go ahead and dump the waste rock there, and in the plan of operations that they would approve for the mining operation, they could essentially approve the use of the land, the public land, for their waste rock. Note, the court made clear that one of the arguments, I guess, that the company made, which is kind of interesting, they said, well, we have mining claims on this land where we want to dump our waste rock. But it was pretty clear that those mining claims weren't valid because they couldn't have really seriously claimed a discovery, and a discovery sufficient to make a profit, because they were dumping 700 feet of waste rock on those claims. And indeed, there was no real, I think, argument that they had valid claims, because they had no option or interest in developing those claims for mineral production. And so no discovery, no valid mining claims, and they couldn't use this land then for this purpose. And I just want to sort of take a step back and mention what we mean by this validity determination process. So this is the process to decide whether you have justified a discovery on public lands, whether a prudent person would be justified in developing the mine at a reasonable profit. And here, you can see that the government really doesn't often do these validity determinations except in certain limited cases. And usually it's when there is some national park or you have a national monument or something like that. I want to talk about that here in a minute. But the Interior Board of Land Appeals has made clear that when you're looking at whether a mining claim is valid, it's not just the mineral resource that you're supposed to examine. You're also supposed to examine what the cost of that mining operation would be in terms of the environmental standards that would be applied, in terms of the water that you might need to get access to and what it would cost to get to your site. Even financing and labor costs, according to the IBLA, need to be demonstrated if you're going to be able to show a valid mine. And so a validity determination, I would argue, is important in almost any case where a mining company wants to open up a mining operation on our public lands. And this is kind of an interesting issue in the context of the recent argument that we had here on the Bears Ears National Monument, because what happened in that argument was that the mining company, which was challenging the monument, suggested that they were going to incur $100,000 in costs associated with a validity determination that the BLM said they had to do. And the government attorney, unfortunately, I think, didn't respond to that argument. But I think the obvious response, at least from my perspective, is that it did not matter that that was a national monument. The government can always demand and require a validity determination to make sure that the claims are in fact valid. But the argument didn't come up. I think it's probably going to work out fine in that case, but it was just an interesting, I think, slip by the government in not responding in that way. Okay, let me quickly turn to earthworks, and then I want to quickly turn to some pending legislation. So this is a pretty straightforward case, and it involves something called mill sites. So when you have a valid mining claim, you're allowed to locate a mill site up to 5 acres in size. And the question here is really whether or not you can have as many mill sites as you want for every mining claim that you own. Can you have 100 mill sites for every mining claim? And this becomes important because if you're trying to occupy a large tract of public land for your waste rock, and you can use a mill site for waste rock, then you need lots of mill sites in order to do it. And there's been a debate in the Interior Department for many, many years about whether you get multiple mill sites for a mining claim. Interior issued a legal opinion during the Clinton administration saying 1 mill site for each mining claim. And during the Bush administration, that decision was reversed with a rule. And the case here involved a challenge to that rule. And what happens is that the circuit court ruled 2-1 in favor of the government, upheld the rule so that you can have multiple mill sites for every mining claim that you have. That case was recently appealed to an en banc circuit. Well, the court has not yet accepted en banc review, but the plaintiffs have sought en banc review, and we'll have to wait and see if the court is going to grant that. I would just point out, by the way, one of the main arguments I think the plaintiffs are making in this case is there would have been no reason for Congress to limit mill sites to 5 acres if you could have as many mill sites as you wanted for each mining claim. And so that's going to be the interesting test. And there was an interesting dissent, as noted on the slide in that case. Okay, a lot of talk about critical minerals today. I just want to sort of point out that this discussion of critical minerals is really a volatile one, and it's partly because the minerals that we're going to need for the renewable energy future, at least that we think we're going to need, they're constantly changing with innovations in things like batteries. And so we just need to be sort of aware of the complexity of the issues that we're facing in providing the minerals that we need. And I thought I'd just give you one example of lithium. And so lithium is obviously one of the minerals that we all talk about in terms of batteries and the future that we need for batteries. But you can see, somewhat shockingly, since November of 2022, the price of lithium has dropped by about 85%. And obviously this affects the ability to mine at a profit, and it affects lots of things in terms of deciding whether or not we really need more lithium development. This is largely because of an oversupply of lithium that has occurred in recent years. Whether this will continue, of course, nobody can predict. There's a lot of work going on right now on sodium-ion batteries. The sodium would replace lithium if that were to happen, and so that would be another reason why there might be less demand for lithium. And let me just conclude briefly by talking about the current legislative proposal, and I want to give the mic over to Steve after that point. So it's an interesting time in terms of the politics of minerals, because the conservatives want to open more public land to mining. The liberals want to make sure that we have enough minerals for renewable energy. And so there is a bit of a weird coalescence, I think, that's going on about allowing more mining on our public lands. But what's kind of interesting about it is we seem to have forgotten the important reasons why we've been promoting mining law reform for so many years, and particularly no money back to the federal government to allow these foreign mining companies to come in and take our public land minerals. So it's kind of an interesting thing as to what's been happening here. And I'll just mention the Manchin-Barrasso bill that's currently pending. I guess before I mention that, I should note that there was an earlier bill that Senator Cortez Masto from Nevada was promoting that, to my mind, was just really highly problematic. It effectively would have allowed any public lands to be opened up for mining with no showing whatsoever of discovery or anything else. The Manchin-Barrasso bill is getting a lot of attention about permit reform and oil and gas development, and everybody seems to have overlooked the fact that it also deals with some mining law reform issues. But again, there are some real concerns, I think, about this bill. You can note, by the way, it passed the Senate Energy Committee by a 15-4 vote, a bipartisan kind of vote, obviously, but it would definitely allow unlimited mill sites on mining claims, and so that would overturn part of what the Earthworks case that's pending right now in the court. And it would also overturn the Rosemont case, because it would allow the use of any public land for mining purposes, like a waste pile, through the plan of operations. There are also, I think, depending on you read the proposed language, it appears to limit validity determinations to lands that are withdrawn. So remember the argument that I was making before, it's not just lands that are withdrawn for things like national monuments on which you can do a validity determination. It's really any lands that are available here. All right, so I'm going to stop there. I've got some other slides that we may get to later in the presentation if there's time, but if there's not time, I think Steve Felges can kind of fill in where I've left off here. Go for it, Steve.
All right, thanks a lot, Mark, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to weigh in on some of these issues. Appreciate that, and a tremendous review of what's been going on right now. A lot to mention. Certainly, I think, first of all, the interesting point, I think, about the 2008 ruling on the mill site case is that it's based on Chevron deference. So basically, it's saying that, well, the Department of the Interior has the, this is a permissible reading of the mining law to say that you can have as many mill claims as you would like. All right. So it'll be interesting if they do get en banc review. How does that now get argued? And does that make it easier to overturn that and say you only have one? Now, that would have a big impact on the bill, that the mentioned Barrasso bill, and that provision to allow unlimited mill site claims. Because currently, companies have that anyway. Right. And when the Rosemont case was decided, the Department of the Interior put out a solicitor's memo that explained why this doesn't really matter. Okay, we can find ways to deal with that. We can either do a FLIPMA right away. We can do, technically under the law right now, unlimited mill sites. We could do land transfers. There's a lot of different ways to allow mining to go forward, even though the mining industry said this would absolutely destroy us. We put that memo out. We've had no problem with this issue since then, but the industry still maintains that it's an existential threat. And this is also getting to the heart of validity determinations, because you could argue, and many people have, and certainly, the law states, you need to have a valid claim in order to then, have the property rights that you want and then be able to go and mine on that claim. However, we have a really devastating lack of mineral geologists, mineral economists in this country that can do validity determinations. So what the industry sees is, okay, if you're going to make us do this for every single one of our potential mines, we're never going to get there. It's going to take 5 to 10 years to get these determinations done, and we'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars doing it. And for a politically very powerful industry that is very focused in a couple of states, and one state in particular, that is how you get the original bill that came out from Senator Cortez Masto, which the administration has taken a position of strong opposition towards. If we were to move towards, yes, you need validity determinations in every case, it would be very hard politically to stop that from moving through. So in fact, in this bill, moving to unlimited mill site claims, which officially is sort of already allowed, and proposing to limit validity determinations, I am not speaking on behalf of the administration here. We do not have an official position on the bill. We have not weighed in publicly on it. But from a practical perspective, it will have much less effect. Okay? So it's complex. It's wrapped up in the politics of this. What the bill does also on sort of the, if you're thinking about fair return, there is something that mining companies pay to the federal government for the right to hold on to their claims. And it's kind of akin to a rental. It's called a claim maintenance fee. It was $165 a year for this upcoming, well, the fiscal year we're in now, it's going to be $200 a year. We expect that will raise about $120 million in FY 2025 and roughly that going forward. 40 million, roughly 38 to $41 million of that goes to the BLM to help run their BLM, their mining law program. The rest of it goes back to the general treasury. We have proposed, I should say, we have recommended through an interagency working group on mining reform that I ran, that I helped run. I did not run it. John Ruppel was a huge part of that, as well as many other people in the federal government were. So, yeah, thank you, John. But we put out our recommendations last September, and in there we said, hey, for those extra $68 million, whatever it is, we should use that to address legacy hard rock mines that aren't getting addressed because there's no funding source, or providing technical assistance to tribes so that they can better, say, hire their own technical experts to review mining proposals that will impact them, or just flat out capacity building or other, we give a lot of money from the oil and gas and coal program to the states. Some money goes to the counties through geothermal. We don't do that in mining. We could with some of this money. So what the Manchin-Barrasso bill does is it says for all those unlimited mill site claims, you now have to pay a much higher claim maintenance fee. And all the new money will go towards some things like abandoned hard rock mine cleanup, which desperately needs funding. I think, though, it's possible, personal speculation, that if this bill were to pass And all of a sudden, companies were faced with $1,000 per mill site claim, which are only 5 acres, and they would need hundreds of these. They'll discover, oh, they didn't actually need this. Turns out they can use one of the other, ways that we have to allow them to make their mine go forward. So it's an interesting question. We don't have a score yet from the Congressional Budget Office as to what they think, it would raise, but it's, it's an interesting idea. So I think that is going to be interesting. Also, if they get en banc review, then this unlimited mill site claim issue is going to be much bigger and much more politically salient, and it will come back with the full weight of the mining industry behind it, because they will see it as something that they need, which could then make it easier to get those funds from it. So again, not saying anything, there's no position on this bill. Certainly there are some things in the language of it that are vague. People who are much better experts in the mining law than I am have pointed out the sort of open to interpretation quality of a lot of these, and they might be a little too broad. So there may need to be some tweaks to that bill. We don't know what's going to happen to it, in the lame duck session later this year, but we're watching it very closely, and all these other moving factors. Are there any other specific things you'd like me to address?
Probably should wrap up, but we're going to briefly mention the Grijalva bill.
Yeah, so the Grijalva bill is sort of it's the kind of the most far left of the mining reform proposals out there. It originally built on the Rahal bill from 2007 that passed the House, did not go anywhere in the Senate, but it would have moved. That would have the Rahal bill would have kept the claim system and made a bunch of reforms around royalties and permitting and other things. The Grijalva bill goes further, and it would move to a leasing system. It would mandate tribal consultation for mining projects, and it would enact a royalty with a lot of that money going to some of the things I mentioned earlier, abandoned hard rock mines, community assistance, and so on. In our report, we also recommended a royalty of 4 to 8%, which is lower than the Grijalva bill. That's up around 12.5%, like where oil and gas and coal are. But that extra royalty money would also go to abandoned hard rock mine, community engagement, community assistance, and so on. So the Grijalva bill, I mean, politically, it's not moving anywhere in this Congress, but certainly it's something to watch depending on what happens this fall, how Congress is made up next year, what kind of prospects there are, either for reforms like this or reforms like Congressman Grijalva is proposing.
Thanks, Steve. Chase?
Hopefully I can find it. Let's see, which one? It's yours here. Yeah, that it? Okay. Go to, yeah, good, thank you. We'll use this if you want.
Good morning. Can you hear me? All right, good morning. All right, it's better. My name's Chase Velasquez. I'm a proud member of the White Mountain Apache tribe located on the Fort Apache Indian Reservation in Arizona. I've been an attorney for 9 years, and I want to talk about the situation of Oak Flat because it does relate to this whole 2-day conference on mining and public land and competing interests, such as beliefs that Native American tribes have with respect to public lands that they were originally on as part of their ancestral lands. All right, so a little bit of disclosure. While I do work for Rothstein Donatelli for the last 7 years, I was an attorney for the St. Carlos Apache tribe, so I was deeply involved with the administrative process under the NEPA, and then now the 3 lawsuits that's been filed regarding this case. The picture right here really captures what Oak Flat means to the Western Apaches, in this case, the St. Carlos Apache. So this is actually at Oak Flat, called the traditional Apache sunrise dance ceremony, where a girl becoming of age ceremony, where she goes through a rigorous 1 to 2 week ceremony involving her parents and godparents in the community, and it's something that's been practiced and passed down since the beginning of time and been performed here at Oak Flat. Now, Oak Flat is 40 miles northeast of Phoenix, Arizona. As I said, it's part of the ancestral homelands of the Western Apache. The Western Apache today includes a lot of the tribes in Arizona, the White Mountain Apache tribe, St. Carlos Apache, Fort Mandel, Yavapai, Tonto Apache. And there was a time where they were part of the band of Western Apaches that roamed the state of Arizona and all the surrounding communities, including Oak Flat. Well, unfortunately, or fortunately, however, I think from my client's point of view, unfortunately, Oak Flat and the surrounding land is public land and it's currently managed by the Forest Service, particularly the Tonto National Forest. So, as I said, there's been 2 days here, there's been a lot of, well, tribal cultures are practiced at these events, there's ceremonies, but I think I want to dive in a little deeper as to, well, what exactly does that mean? And in the context of Oak Flat, and I forgot to add that I was a visiting professor here 2 years ago. And one of the things I've noticed with students is the power of audio and media. So I want to play this short clip because it really frames this whole conversation. Okay, it's not working.
Happened to me too. I don't know what's going on. Let me try this. Oops. Let's go back. Tech? Help. I don't know where we got. How do we get out of this? Can you go up here? There you go. Brett, can you see if there's anybody in the tech room?
I'm right behind you.
Oh, sorry. Here you go. Thank you.
Okay, so we just linked to the
Time. We'll keep going. So I said, this is a essentially 2-week ceremony that is performed by the godparents in the community. And when it's time for a girl to become a woman, her family will go out in the communities to select godparents that are well-respected in the community. Are they educated? Are they knowledgeable in culture and tradition? Do they have a influence in the community? And the goal is to pick godparents like that to guide the girl, and essentially you become family forever. And the picture on the left, to my left, this is usually performed on Saturday morning, and this is what they call the time for the girl and her godmom to shine, and the girl will start dancing from like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning till like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And sometimes it's like 110, 150 degrees. And I think most people would be like, oh my God, that's hot, that's torture. But for the girl, we're getting her tough for life, right? Because as a woman, she's gonna have to be the rock in the family, right? For the kids, the community. And that's really the significance of the ceremony. And when life gets tough, no matter how hard it is, when she has gray hair and when she has grandkids, she's always gonna go back to say, I went through dancing 110-degree weather, I can get through anything. And it's hard to put that into words unless you actually experience it. And it's frankly frustrating when you're hearing these sacred site cases litigated that is not really being captured or portrayed to the judges, in my opinion. But that's what Oak Flat in relation to the St. Carlos Apache tribe, all right? Now, mining. Resolution copper in the late 1990s, copper was discovered right beneath Oak Flat and the surrounding areas, and is believed to contain one of the largest ore bodies in the world, not just the United States, but the world. So for 10 years, he had Resolution Copper, which is a joint venture owned by Rio Tinto and BHP, lobbying Congress to pass a bill to transfer the land to Resolution Copper to extract the copper using the block cave mining method, right? So they're gonna dynamite the land underneath to extract the copper, the body, but over 10 years, the whole area of Oak Flat is gonna subside and it's gonna be 1.2 million acres wide. So how do you measure that with the last picture I sent where these girls are having their ceremonies? Where else are they gonna go, right? So that's where you see the tribes and a lot of indigenous groups, their fight to stop projects like this. Now, the tribe was successful through their lobbying firms to not get the bill to pass out of the House or the Senate as a standalone bill. I think it was called the Southeast Arizona Land Exchange Bill. But unfortunately, it was snuck in at the last minute in the 2015 National Defense Authorization, where President Obama had no choice to sign the bill, because if he didn't, there would be no military aid, which is a problem, right? But the statute authorizes the exchange of the land, which is Oak Flat, between the United States and Resolution. In return, Resolution will obtain title to 2,400 acres of forest land, which includes Oak Flat. And there's many other surrounding areas that is sacred to the Apaches. There's a place called Apache Leap, there's streams, there's certain plants and animals that all have a significance to the Apaches' cultural beliefs. But what makes this statute unique is Congress directs the Secretary of Agriculture that they must carry out this land exchange in accordance with the requirements of NEPA. But once a final environmental impact statement is published, the statute directs the Secretary that not later from 60 days, the transfer must occur. And I've talked to a lot of career environmental attorneys, and they've told me this is just highly odd. And when I was with St. Carlos, at the beginning litigating this case, I did a lot of work with Roger Flynn and everyone, and this was just a complete abuse of power, I think, by Congress as it relates to Indian tribes. So now that we said that, there's 3 lawsuits involved in this case. There's the Apache Stronghold. They're a nonprofit group made up of individual tribal members. There's the St. Carlos Apache Tribe and the Arizona Mine Reform Coalition. So what happened in this case was, for 3 years, we were in the environmental stage. We got the draft FEIS, we were writing comments back to it, and then the last 2 weeks of President Trump's administration, we got word that the FEIS was gonna be published, and we were freaking out like, well, that means the transfer could occur not within 60 days, but within an hour. So we all started working together to get a complaint in, the motion for an injunction, the temporary restraining order. So Apache Stronghold filed before the St. Croix Apache Tribe, so that's why the litigation that you're seeing on this case, that's why they're in front of this, but not the tribe. So both the Apache Stronghold and the tribe, in their complaint, they assert many things: in violation of the National Environmental Policy Act, not complying with the National Historic Preservation Statute that Mr. Howard Schenker talked about yesterday. But both the tribe and Apache Stronghold, they asserted violations of rights of the individual tribal members to practice their religion, i.e. the sunrise dance as it relates to Oak Flat, and that therefore is prohibited by the First Amendment free exercise clause, along with the federal statute, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. But as you'll see later on in these sacred site litigation cases, the odds are highly against the tribe. But what I think is interesting is the government's continued position that they take in these types of cases. So after we filed our motions and we were briefing it, the US DOJ filed a motion to dismiss, obviously, and then they were responding to our motion for TRO. But what the premise that they begin with is, this is construction on public lands as a matter of law, is not harmful or doesn't violate religion at all. because after all, it's federal property. There's a standard that the Supreme Court has came up with to prove a religious rights free exercise case, but the government came out and said, well, even if we met that high standard, the natives still lose because this is government land. And the basis for that, if you don't know, is a case called Ling versus Northwest Indian Cemetery Protective Association, which was decided by Justice O'Connor, I think in '88. And in that case, the issue was similar to Oak Flat, where it was public land managed by the Forest Service. There was a road that was gonna, I think it was a mile to two highway that was gonna be built to connect two towns. And there was gonna be timber harvesting. Roughly 3 to 4 tribes in California opposed that because like the Apache people, they had used that area since the beginning of time to practice their culture, tradition. There's certain artifacts and species there that's connected to them. And even in that case, you had the FEIS, they commissioned a study of experts. And in that case, the FEIS actually came out and said that this is going to physically destroy the area and actually deny the ability of the tribes to practice their ceremonies. But Justice O'Connor said, yeah, that it doesn't matter. There's really these two cases, you know, the Yoder case, the Sherbert case, and in those cases, to prove a free exercise clause, you have to show two things. You got to show that the government is forcing you into violating your religion, right? Or you're being denied a benefit. So that was a huge case back in 1988 that still has continuing effects today. But I think why this case is so continues to do harm to the tribes and their advocates is this last sentence that she ended the opinion with, that whatever rights the Indians may have had to the use of the area, however, those rights do not divest the government of its right to use what is, after all, its land. So Judge Logan, the federal district court judge in the Apache Stronghold case, he was sympathetic to the testimony that Apache Stronghold put on. There was opinions by tribal members that talked about the significance of it, that there's no other place that we can perform this particular ceremony. There's no other place that we can get this particular artifact. And that by doing this, you're essentially robbing me of my identity. You're killing me. And Judge Logan, he said, well, we have to follow Ling, unfortunately. And supporting what the government argued in their briefing, and along what Justice O'Connor said, Judge Logan says, even where land is physically destroyed, the government action must still fall within those two narrow situations to make out a free exercise violation or religious freedom type of claim, right? So our case, the tribe's case, was essentially stayed while we were watching this case. So Apache Stronghold's motion for an injunction was denied, so it was appealed to the Ninth Circuit. The original Ninth Circuit affirmed Judge Logan's decision, but the Apache Stronghold attorneys asked for a full court review by the Ninth Circuit, and they did, and the decision was handed out in March of 2014. And the panel, again, relied on Ling, right? This claim falls under the Supreme Court's controlling decision in Ling, and they further start bringing out this notion of, well, it's public land, it's the government's land, you can't tell them what to do. In other words, you must show conduct by the government that the government is actively prohibiting you. In other words, is an agent putting a gun to the individual tribe member's head if they're going to practice a particular religion, right? I mean, is that the standard? That's what I've been thinking about. But if you go back to the other case, well, even if there is a burden, you still can't do anything because it's the government's land, right? So recently, Apache Stronghold, they filed a petition for cert before the U.S. Supreme Court. I think the tribe is going to file a amicus brief in support. So my hope, having said all that, and now that I've talked about this particular topic, one of the things, in my opinion, is based on the cases I talked about, U.S. religious freedom jurisprudence, it's not set up to protect indigenous peoples and how they believe stuff. And my great friend Matt Campbell, he said it best the other day. It's like trying to fit a square into a hole, right? It's just not going to work. And I think advocates are doing the best they can to try to meet the tests, but I think the courts have made it perfectly clear that the tribes are not going to succeed on that type of argument. And I find that highly odd, right? I was debating to have a title here, but the courts do protect the dominant society's religion, right? And here are cases that uphold a cross using public funds, or upholding a religious baker's refusal to serve gay customers on narrow grounds. But I think if you look at the American Legion case, which Justice Alito authored, he spent 5 pages sympathetic to what the cross meant and how it was tied to religion. You don't see those type of analysis in religious rights cases as it relates to tribal members. So what do tribes do, right? We're standing up here complaining, and that's the $1 million question that tribal attorneys and I think tribal leaders have to deal with. But I think my I guess theory, if you will, or my initial gut instinct is, I think tribes and their attorneys, especially when they're in these administrative body procedures, right? When there's federal comments, or even when they're writing the complaint, or even when they're answering questions before a federal judge bench, I think we have to challenge the premise that, well, this is the government's land. They own the land. It's, after all, their land. No, it's not. Right? I mean, think about it. You know, I'm a tribal member. My elders, my ancestors, you know, from what I've been told, is we were the first ones here. You know, the picture to the top, that's how the indigenous peoples used to look. And I think when you challenge that this is not the government's land, I think you advocate that in a way that resonates with the judges to make them feel at least sympathetic to the tribes, because we have to put this in the context of history, right? To the right, you got the Trail of Tears, right? And to the bottom, you got a Navajo man crying because he's signing his rights away with respect to oil. So we need to advocate for a new standard, I think. And I'm hoping to get that figured out. But those are some of my thoughts. And I have these pictures up because, you know, tribes and advocates, you know, no matter how hard it is, I think as Indian people, we got to remember that we're tough individuals and we're not bred to give up or give in. So in closing, you know, I'm asked, well, so what do you want to do? You know, the law is against you. And as the tribal attorney, I was actually talking with tribal leaders and, hey, let's the law sucks, so we can look to, you know, other standards, such as international standards. We can start with the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples that Professor Naya was instrumental in getting passed. And we can at least start talking about rights under the Constitution or how natives view land. And we can start relying on some of these articles because it was, after all, written by Native peoples themselves. And hopefully that helps us get to the discussion going, right? And that's what the tribe is doing. I was blessed to be with the tribe's chairman, Chairman Ramler, Vice Chairman Epperson. So while we were litigating the Oak Flat case, they actually authorized me to organize a trip where we all went to the UN Permanent Forum in New York. And we were able to get Chairman Ramler to speak before the full UN Permanent Forum. And that's a story for another day with coffee and a cocktail, but he really delivered a good message. What do you have, like 3 minutes? 2 minutes. And there's just, sometimes you get, you know, tribal attorneys and scholars, oh, this international stuff, this is not helpful. Well, it was here because there was nothing more humiliating to the United States than being called out by all your fellow state bodies that you're violating human rights. All right, and that actually led to a lot of meetings with senior officials in the State Department, the Interior Department, to further talk about this case. And what also the tribe recently did, before I left St. Carlos, is they filed a request to the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. I know Jim's going to talk about this, but the tribe is trying to think outside the box here. But those are my thoughts that I wanted to share. So I want to give the rest of the time to Professor Anaya. Thank you for listening to me.
You want to leave it up?
Oh,
And then you can help me.
Yeah, I'll have you change. Hopefully.
Right. We get, how much time?
you got 15.
Go till noon.
You got 15 minutes.
Okay.
Just keep going.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here on a Saturday morning. It's great to see you away from your TVs and being here instead of watching football. And I realize that I'm between you and lunch, but I'll try to be succinct. And that's not quite the slide I was looking for. And fulfill the assignment that Chase just gave me to talk about the petition by the San Carlos Apache tribe to the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. This is a United Nations committee whose function is to monitor compliance with the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. That's a UN-sponsored treaty. The United States is a party to it and hence is obligated to its terms. The committee has a procedure by which it can receive submissions in urgent situations where some kind of early warning action would be useful. The committee has innovated this procedure really by virtue of indigenous peoples from around the world making submissions to the committee in numerous situations over the last 20, 25 years. I say it has innovated the procedure to address specifically indigenous people's concerns, such as the one we just heard about with regard to Oak Flat. The Western Shoshone people were among the first to submit a petition or under this procedure in 2000, around there, and received a very strong opinion by the committee, really calling out the United States for its failure to respect Western Shoshone traditional lands and the procedure by which it purported to extinguish those lands, and concluding that that constituted a form of racial discrimination. This submission essentially lays out the facts as Chase essentially has done, and makes the argument that the U.S. is in violation of the convention. It is violating its obligation to treat the tribe without racial discrimination in regard specifically to religion, which is protected under Article 5 of the convention. The committee has interpreted the convention in the context of indigenous peoples as requiring countries to protect indigenous peoples' rights under the theory or view that not to do so is a form of racial discrimination. And it takes that view, of course, in an historical context, identifying the taking of indigenous lands, the suppression of indigenous cultures, the boarding school policies, all these things that we know about as a form of racial discrimination. And hence, according to the committee, the US and other countries where indigenous peoples live are under an affirmative obligation to protect indigenous peoples' rights. And the committee often looks to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as an interpretive tool to flesh out the content of the US and other countries' protection duty. That was filed, this petition, as we can see, was filed on April 3, 2024. Chase was the lead attorney in submitting this, making this submission when he was, and this was done when he was the Assistant Attorney General of San Carlos. I assisted the tribe in developing this submission. So what has happened? Well, just last month, well, August, actually, late August, the committee sent a communication to the United States, a formal communication, laying out the facts essentially in a summary fashion as laid out in this submission, and then asking the United States what it's going to do to avoid continuing racial discrimination against the San Carlos Apache tribe. And it gave the United States until November 11th, so it'll be interesting to see what that response is. Now, I know what many of you might be thinking, well, what does all this matter? Will the U.S. really pay attention to what an international body will do? Well, that's only partly the point. Yes, the ultimate objective is to change the United States' behavior, but it's about thinking, as Chase said, outside the box, changing the strategies, changing the terms of the debate. It's not simply about what the First Amendment says as defined by the Constitution or RFRA as defined by the federal courts. It's about United States international human rights obligations. And that's a higher standard, as I'll try to indicate in a moment in regard to a different matter. Okay, so that's where this submission is right now. It's up to the U.S. to give a response. And I should add that the U.S. has a pattern, a practice of cooperating with these international bodies. And it does concede, the U.S. does implicitly concede that it is under an obligation to protect indigenous peoples' rights under the convention. In submitting its reports, it's required to report to the committee periodically what it's doing to comply with the convention. And in those reports, over the last several reporting cycle, it has included sections of its report on tribes and what it's doing to protect the rights of tribes in various respects. Now, of course, it's the U.S. version, but nonetheless implicit in those reports that it has to do something. It has to protect the tribes to comply with the convention. Okay, so now I'm going to do an abrupt turn and talk about something different.
Okay, if I can help you.
Yeah, this is what was my first assignment, was to talk about what I'm going to talk about now, which I'm going to talk about the relatively new position statement by the International Council on Mining and Metals.
Right, there you go.
Okay. I think that's the name. I'm pretty sure that's the name.
Mines and Metals, yeah.
Mining and Metals, yeah, Mines and Metals. If you go to their website, it just says ICMM. They don't they don't spell it out. They don't seem to anymore. And this position statement was adopted by the ICMM in 2024. Now, the ICMM is an association of the major mining companies in the world, including Rio Tinto, which is the mining company trying to develop the mine at Oak Flat. And the association develops sustainability standards in different areas, and it has had one on indigenous peoples, position statement on indigenous people since 2013. That was the first position statement. I am on an external advisory group for the social performance unit of the ICMM. We don't work for the ICMM. Our charge is to give external advice and inputs onto the development of their social performance standards. And so in that capacity, I and the other members of the group did have input into the development of the ICMM position statement, this most recent one. Now, I can say that a lot of what I suggested is included in the position statement, but a good bit is not, and certain key aspects of what I would consider to be important elements of a position statement were not included, at least not the way I proposed. In any event, my assessment is that this is an advancement and is useful and can be useful, this position statement, to indigenous peoples, including tribes. And if it were applied in the context of Oak Flat, the situation we have there wouldn't be as it is now, if it were faithfully applied. So let me go through briefly in the couple of minutes I have. So the position statement is framed by two important documents that are important in their own right. One is the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which was developed through the UN Human Rights Council, endorsed by the Council in 2011. And it advances the proposition now generally accepted within the international human rights arena and by many companies, including the ICMM members, that business enterprises have a responsibility to respect human rights. And this responsibility is independent of any mandate or laws that states might have that require businesses to comply with human rights standards. Regardless of what states might mandate or not mandate, businesses, according to the guiding principles, have an independent responsibility to advance human rights. Another concept, important concept within the UN guiding principles, is the idea of human rights due diligence. Businesses are to exercise due diligence with regard to their operations and their business relations to ensure that they are avoiding infringing human rights through their operations or business relations. The second instrument is the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that we've already talked about a bit. The Declaration sets out the rights that in the context of Indigenous peoples, businesses have a responsibility to respect. So generally, businesses are to respect human rights that are generally affirmed in various instruments and are generally accepted within the international community. But when it comes to Indigenous peoples, it's understood, and a premise of the position statement is that the rights that businesses are to respect include those that are articulated in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And of course, these include the rights to self-determination, lands and resources, culture, religion, including rights of access to sacred sites and related rights. And the Declaration affirms the duty of governments, and many know about this, to consult and obtain the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples before affecting their interests or rights. And this is properly understood as a safeguard standard. Governments, before they engage in an activity or permit a mining project that might affect Indigenous peoples' rights, they, under the Declaration, consult with them in order to adopt their free, prior, and informed consent. Now, it's articulated as a safeguard standard that governments are to comply with in the Declaration, but this free, prior, and informed consent idea has been transposed by those who advocate for sound business practices into the business context. And so the position statement accepts that this principle of free, prior, and consent as an operative principle within the framework of Indigenous peoples and mining. Now, this is the only graph I have, okay? My PowerPoint is devoid of all the great graphics that Chase had, but this is from the position statement. And it's intended to indicate that states have one set of standards, and they're rooted in these obligations to protect rights that are articulated in the Declaration. And companies' standards are different. They have to do with a responsibility to avoid actively infringing. They don't have the same protective role that states have, and that's consistent with the UN guiding principles. But here you see FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent, that in one way or another applies in both contexts. That's what this is intended to indicate. Okay, so I'm going to try to go through just really quickly the essence of the position statement. The first, there are a series of commitments, 9 commitments, and the first one is the member companies commit to respect Indigenous people's rights by embedding measures across governance and management process to avoid infringing Indigenous people's rights. This is simply an application of that principle within the guiding principles of respect for human rights, but specifically Indigenous people's rights. And they are to carry out due diligence in order to identify, prevent, mitigate, and account for possible adverse impacts on Indigenous people's rights whenever they're going to engage in an operation that might affect Indigenous peoples. So there's much more to this second commitment, but that's the essence of it, the requirement of due diligence or the commitment to engage in due diligence to avoid, mitigate, or possible adverse impacts on Indigenous people's rights. And a third commitment is to agree on an appropriate engagement process, specifically in the context of due diligence. If they're going to exercise due diligence to To avoid infringing Indigenous peoples' rights, there needs to be, according to the position statement, engagement with Indigenous peoples, according to Indigenous peoples' own preferred methods of engagement, and according to their own desires. There's a specification that it can't be a forced engagement, but that's part of the due diligence process to engage with Indigenous peoples. And then this is, in many ways, is the heart of the position statement. And that is the commitment to obtain agreement with affected Indigenous peoples, demonstrating their consent to anticipated impacts to their land or other rights. Now, this commitment is a substantial improvement, in my view, on the similar commitment in the 2013 position statement, because that one simply had a commitment to work toward obtaining consent, but with no conditions. Consent can simply be yes, right? Without any agreement setting forth equitable conditions. This requires specific equitable conditions to consent. So an agreement, it is specified at a minimum, should include demonstration of consent to anticipated impacts, mitigation measures, and mitigation measures are defined to include compensation for impacts, a redress mechanism for potential infringements of the agreement or Indigenous people's rights, and benefit sharing if the project is going to happen substantially affecting Indigenous people's rights, for example, on Indigenous people's lands. And then there's specific mention of the need to avoid relocation of Indigenous peoples for projects or impacts to their critical cultural heritage. And if there are any such impacts, there has to be agreement. So that's the consent side of consent, right? There's this principal consent, and this is the consent side, so if there's consent. But of course, a lot of advocates, they're more concerned, we hear, with the no consent, and Indigenous peoples, often they don't want to grant consent. And so what happens then? And this is where the position statement is deficient in my view and the view of many others, because it waffles. The commitment number 5 simply says that companies are to address differences of opinion as they arise. And it really doesn't say anything other than, well, this position statement sets forth certain guidelines for that. But then you have to look to the guidance note to commitment 5 to see what those guidelines are. And the first guidance is, well, every company has to develop a policy about what to do. So it kind of kicks it to the companies to develop their own policy. The position statement, at least initially, doesn't really say what the company should do. And then it goes on. Now, there's a lot of words here. But essentially, it acknowledges that there will be situations in which a state, even without consent, might authorize a mining operation. And this has caused a lot of concern by a lot of NGOs that have commented on this. But I want to put this concern in proper context. It doesn't say here that simply by authorization, a company is free or should go ahead and implement a mine simply because they have state authorization. In fact, it says, if you see the second full paragraph here, regardless of state approval, any decision by companies to proceed with a panel for the project without agreement, demonstrated consent, should be preceded by a due diligence process. Now, what is the due diligence process? The due diligence process is to avoid infringing human rights. And that due diligence process also, if we read this carefully, has to ensure that the state authorization is valid. That the state authorization is valid. Now, what is a valid state authorization? And there's indication here. There has to be necessity and proportionality. It has to be consistent with human rights law or human rights standards. And this is where we get into a substantial difference with US law, the extent to which governments can limit rights. Governments can limit rights, and hence a government could theoretically authorize a mining project limiting religious freedom rights, but under certain narrow parameters. That there has to be a proper objective, and the objective in human rights terms is one that advances the human rights of others or the human rights of the general population. And there has to be proportionality and necessity. It has to be necessary to authorize that particular mine to infringe rights. So a company, before proceeding with the mine with state authorization, in its due diligence, would have to ensure that there was that valid limitation or authorization. And then what this guidance goes on to suggest is that in any case, going forward with a mine would be risky and shouldn't happen. Now, it says it in somewhat more complex language and more words, but essentially that's what it is saying. And it says specifically that companies should exhaust options and measures to explore feasible alternatives to project design and avoid risks that would threaten the cultural or physical survival of indigenous peoples. And then it goes on to say that any project that would move forward without consent or agreement presents substantial risks that companies should avoid. So, okay, it's not a hard, by any means, an ironclad, you don't go forward with a project, but there are substantial, there's a high standard here. First, there has to be an authorization by the state, it has to be a valid authorization. The company has to exercise due diligence to ensure that that was a valid authorization under international human rights standards and law. And then finally, the company has to satisfy itself that it's not putting in danger the cultural integrity or survival of the indigenous people concerned. So in the end, you should just say, and this is what I recommended, just say don't go forward with a project if it's going to affect indigenous people's rights. That's probably where you're going to end up even if you apply this language. So, okay, these are the other four commitments that are in the position statement. You can read them real quickly. We're out of time. I'm out of time. I'm sorry I've gone on longer than I had hoped that I would. But anyway, you can see there's some complex matters here. Bottom line, with regard to Oak Flat, if Rio Tinto would follow these commitments that it has made, if it had done that from the beginning, well, these commitments wouldn't exist, but let's say they were, we wouldn't be the situation they are now. If it could do it now, the mine hasn't been fully authorized. It could apply these commitments now. And any state authorization, it would be very difficult for the U.S. to be able to show a proper justification on the limitation of the religious freedom of the Apache people. We've seen the significance that Oak Flat has to religion. What is the justification? Now, Senator McCain said when he pushed for this bill, we're going to have how many jobs it was going to create? 80,000 jobs, something like that. We're going to have so many billions of dollars coming into the state. That's not a proper justification for a human rights violation. That's not sufficient under international human rights law to limit rights, the cultural survival of indigenous peoples. And so under the relevant international human rights standards that are embedded within the position statement as it is, if ICMM were to apply this, the mine, it shouldn't go forward with the mine. Now, there are a whole lot of questions about, well, these are voluntary standards, they're commitments that, who's to enforce them? Well, my basic message is that all of us are to enforce them. All of us are to call out mining companies to ensure that they're complying with their own commitments. Anyway, thank you very much and have a good lunch, okay?
Time, I think, for questions, but we're going to all be at lunch, so feel free to talk to any of the panelists about questions that you might have. I might just mention one point quickly in answer to a question. Somebody asked who owns Resolution Copper, or they a domestic or foreign company. I believe it's jointly owned by Rio Tinto and BHP. They are both Australian companies, just so you are aware of that. And some other interesting questions, and I hope we'll get to them in our private discussions. Have a good lunch. And please, before you go, thank our panel one last time.
Hello, welcome. I know folks are still kind of trickling in from lunch. Hopefully you can kind of continue some of the networking, getting to know other folks during the breaks. My name is Sarah Matsumoto. I am the director of the Natural Resources, Energy, and Environmental Law Clinic here at Colorado. And I'm so excited to be moderating this panel on a subject that is really near and dear to my heart: forests, wildfire, and the protection of old growth in the era of climate change. Before joining the Colorado Law faculty, and kind of the origins of my practice really began in Oregon, and I grew up in Washington State. So this is a subject that means a lot to me. And fortunately, we have two experts joining us to help us explore this topic. On the panel, Bill Imbergamo is the executive director of the Federal Forest Resource Coalition, which is a national nonprofit group representing purchasers of federal timber, conservation groups, and county governments. Bill served in this role since 2011 and has, in total, 33 years of forest policy experience. That experience includes roles with the National Association of State Foresters, American Forest and Paper Association, the House Agriculture Committee, and the Senate Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry Committee. Bill's been involved in every major policy change impacting the management of national forests and is widely regarded as an authority on the management of those forests. He's also a hunter, angler, bird watcher, and I guess we can say that his enthusiasm for golf perhaps sometimes exceeds his talent. Is that the way that we would say it? Okay, great. So we're so pleased to have Bill joining us on the panel. Also joining us is Scott Miller, who's the regional director for the Southwest region of the Wilderness Society. The Wilderness Society is a national organization who's led efforts to permanently protect nearly 112 million acres of wilderness in 44 different states. Scott has focused his career on federal public land, natural resources, water, energy, and Indian law and policy, and has worked on such issues including wildfire, land exchanges, biomass energy, forest restoration, and wilderness protection. Scott is an alum of CU Law and has also served as a visiting scholar here. He's held positions in the Office of the Solicitor in the Department of Interior, National Marine Fisheries Service, and has served as senior counsel for the U.S. Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. Please join me in welcoming both of our panelists, and I think Scott is up first.
Thank you. So, forests, wildfire, and the protection of old growth in the era of climate change. That should be easy to cover in 20 minutes. Said otherwise, as far as my talk's going to go, you could paraphrase that as fire, wildfire, and the protection of old growth from fire. And of course, climate change has a profound impact on wildfire. I'm going to briefly talk about wildfire generally in our forests, as well as the Forest Service's proposed old growth amendment, National Old Growth Amendment. I'd like to start with a brief acknowledgement of the National Commission on Wildfire Mitigation and Management, on which I was proud to serve, and its important report that was issued about a year ago. And it's got a lot of stuff in it for those of you interested in fire, and included about 300 pages of discussion and 148 recommendations that were consensus among the 50 or so commission members. And that reflects both, I think, the complexity of the fire problem, but also the many opportunities and challenges that for improving our wildfire management and mitigation laws, policies, and practices that exist. I want to highlight just a couple of the recommendations and themes of the commission report that are relevant to our discussion today. And that is enabling beneficial fire and shifting from a reactive to a proactive approach, including doing a much better job of managing not only wildfire, but pre-fire and post-fire activities. I want to begin, before I dig in here, to start with a general warning. And that is anyone who ever talks about forests, wildfire, and old growth in generalities, like I did when I boiled our title down to fire, you need to listen with some skepticism. Forests are incredibly complex ecosystems. As this shows, there are 140 distinct types of forests in the United States.
each with different assemblages of plant and animal species, different fire dynamics, different old growth characteristics, and different geographies. You can see on this chart there, aggregating some of these 140 forest types into 28 categories. This map shows those 28 categories of forests across the country. And what you see here is that there is incredible regional diversity in our forests. Even within that regional diversity, you see a lot of diversity of different forest types. And again, remember, this is aggregating those 140 forest types into 28. So you're missing a lot of the diversity even within the regions. And then even within a single forest type, within a single geographic location, that forest can be incredibly diverse depending on soils, aspects, availability of water and light, historical disturbance, et cetera. And then to make matters even more complex, oftentimes these different forest types are blended, especially in transition zones. So all that said, when it comes to forests, wildfire, and the protection of old growth, some generalizations are fair, and I'm going to make a number of those fair generalizations. When Bill comes up here, you should remain, much more skeptical. But I'm going to get into some of those generalizations. But why did I generalize the title of this panel to be all about fire? No doubt, forests are a lot more than fire, as is old growth protection. But I did that to emphasize that when it comes to forests, especially in the modern era here, in the era of climate change, fire is, generally speaking, the most powerful and pervasive force. Beginning with ecosystems. Wildfire is a natural, essential, and inevitable agent in most of our ecosystems. Indeed, it's one of the most dynamic ecological forces on the continent, the most dynamic in many of our ecosystems. And the mismanagement of wildfire, primarily the overzealous suppression that we have been conducting over the last century, arguably is the most significant and damaging human modification of our public land ecosystems in the contiguous United States. This may look familiar to many of you, or at least I think you all know the general dynamic that this is showing here. Wildfire activity in the recent decades has increased dramatically. We have more fires burning hotter and larger than we've seen before. Fire seasons are lasting longer and beginning earlier. They're burning more frequently in more forest types and geographies than they have historically, and they're more expensive to control. And those trends are expected to continue as a result of climate change. At the same time, our fire-adapted forests are suffering from a crisis of a lack of fire. In the contiguous United States, during the pre-industrial period on the far left here, an average of 145 million acres burned annually. Today, we're burning less than a tenth of that. So we have both a fire crisis with intense fires, in part because of climate change, fire suppression, et cetera. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And that has built up a fire deficit in our fire-adapted ecosystems that requires us to actively manage some of those. So let me just mention here, one of the recommendations of the National Wildfire Commission, as I mentioned, is we have to dramatically improve the use of beneficial fire. As the commission said, it is critical to dramatically increase both the frequency and scope of beneficial fire to mitigate wildfire impacts to both landscapes and communities. And at the bottom, the cost of continued inaction of failing to return fire to the landscape is high. So my basic point here is when we examine the laws, policies, and management practices of our forests on public lands, we have to understand the powerful and pervasive effect of fire on many of our ecosystems. Not to mention the powerful and pervasive effect of fire on budgets, politics, policy, judicial review, as well as the importance to indigenous cultural practices. All right, so what does it mean for the protection of old growth on our public lands in the era of climate change? As I said at the top, be skeptical of generalizations, but consider, for example, how generalizations about wildfire and forest management could apply across these old growth forest types. We've got here a west side red cedar and Douglas fir on the Snoqualmie National Forest in Washington, where fire plays a very limited role. Here are aspen forests on the Uncompahgre in Colorado, which are both resistant to fire and dependent on it as early colonizers. Here's a photo of fire-dependent and fire-adapted old-growth ponderosa pine on the Gila National Forest in New Mexico. The extremely rare old-growth white pine in the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania, another example of fire-adapted but not necessarily fire-dependent forests. And then high-elevation conifers on the slopes of Mount Blue Sky here in Colorado, rarely influenced by fire. And by the way, how about Mount Blue Sky, formerly known as Mount Evans? And then finally, the temperate rainforest of the Tongass in Alaska, not significantly influenced by fire at all, and old-growth pinyon juniper forests in the Oregon Badlands, where fire may be more influenced by grassland dynamics than the forest. So I hope it's just apparent from these various slides that just by looking at the diversity of the forests, that they have significantly different ecological dynamics, and as a result, very significant different policy and management dynamics. And remember, there are 140 different types of these forests. I just covered a couple of them. And I hope it's also obvious by now that when I said this boils down to fire, and the protection of old growth from fire, that pushes the boundaries of what's fair as far as the generalization goes. Of course, those issues are much more complicated, but that doesn't mean that some generalizations aren't fair. And I want to offer a few key ones to set the foundation for the discussion of old growth here. One, there is broad agreement that old growth forests provide very important benefits for biological diversity, carbon storage, recreation, soil productivity, water quality, and spiritual and cultural values. Two, the presence of old growth forests in the US has declined substantially over the last 200 years, and to the point where some forest types virtually no longer exist in an old growth state. In some cases, those trends have started to reverse, but climate change poses a significant and growing threat to the maintenance and recruitment of old growth forests across the country. Third, forests that are resilient and characterized by ecological integrity, as Nada and Allison briefly discussed yesterday in a broader context, are desirable. Resilience and ecological integrity is desirable, and that's especially the case in the era of climate change. Maintaining, restoring, and recruiting old growth forests is an important strategy for maintaining and increasing that desirable resilience and ecological integrity. And then effectively maintaining, restoring, and recruiting old growth forests requires strategic management. In some cases, especially in frequent fire adapted forests, strategic management of old growth can be advanced through active vegetation management. That's right. Active vegetation management can advance resilience and ecological integrity in some fire adapted forests. In other cases, passive management is the best strategy to maintain and improve resilience and ecological integrity, primarily and most obviously in wet forests that are characterized by infrequent or non-existent fire. There's a profound difference between frequent fire forests and infrequent fire forests when it comes to management and the appropriateness of active vegetation management. All right, with those principles in mind, Again, in short, protecting old growth is important. Doing so requires differing management strategies. And third, managing well requires actually having a policy, a strategy, and a plan. What has the Forest Service been doing? Not enough. Actually, while not good, we've had elements of an old growth policy from the very beginning. This is the Forest Service's Organic Act of 1897. And as you can see here, it authorized the Forest Service to put together a timber program, but it limited timber sales to only dead, matured, or large growth trees. And in the early years, the Forest Service implemented the authority, and it produced very poor results with regard to both old growth and fire. So for decades, the Forest Service, especially in these frequent fire adapted forests, were pulling out only the biggest trees. This is called high-grade logging. And the result was that you had the large trees that are the most resilient to wildfire in these fire-adapted forests. Those are gone, and the result was you had not only less old growth, but you had higher fire risk. Over time, from the 40s through the 80s, the high-grade logging transitioned to clear-cut logging. That too had poor consequences for old growth and fire. As these forests grew back, they grew back in uniform dense stands that both lacked old growth and dramatically increased fire risk. And from that high grade and clear-cut logging, we learned that bad old growth policy is also bad fire policy. We also learned, as Judge Dwyer recognized when he enjoined all old growth logging in spotted owl habitat in March of 1989, that bad old growth policy is bad biodiversity policy. So that's March of 1989. And not coincidentally, just a few months after that injunction, the Forest Service issued its own first old growth policy, actually just a position statement. And it said on the right here, on your right, in general, areas that they decide to be managed for old growth values are to be distributed over individual national forests with attention given to minimizing the fragmentation of old growth into small isolated areas. But wherever old growth was designated as suitable for timber, that should continue to be liquidated. So no wonder that didn't carry the day. And as the injunctions continued to pile up, President Clinton directed the development of the Northwest Forest Plan in 1994. The result was a strategy built on creating old growth reserves and an actual plan for protecting old growth. And I think it's fair to say that the plan has proven to be very effective in protecting old growth, at least from logging. However, it hasn't and wasn't really designed to protect old growth from fire. Not coincidentally, the Forest Service should be issuing an updated draft plan of the Northwest Forest Plan in the coming weeks. And it should, as we expect it to carry forward those protections, but also to improve plan components for old growth resilience and recruitment in light of wildfire threats. Having demonstrated that through the Northwest Forest Plan that an effective regional old growth protection plan was possible through forest planning, Forest Service Chief Mike Dombeck issued a memo to carry those principles forward across the national forest system. His memo stated that, on the left here, old growth policy will be a priority for the national forest system in the coming year, and he ordered the Forest Service to complete an inventory and mapping of old growth forests across the system and to develop manual guidance for the future revision and amendment of forest plans to conserve old growth. A few months later, President George W. Bush came in, and most of Dombeck's policy was never implemented as he was replaced. The result is today that as far as old growth policy goes, forest plans across the country are a hodgepodge. Some plans have good old growth policy in them, most don't. Some plans that do have policy have been implemented, most have not. So recognizing that, President Biden, this is more than 20 years later after the first old growth policy, and 120 years after the Forest Service started, basically, issued Executive Order 14072. Among many other things in that executive order having to do with forests, communities, and local economies, it established the policy of this administration to conserve America's mature and old growth forests on federal lands. And it directed the Forest Service to complete an inventory of old growth and mature forests on federal lands and to develop policies for the conservation of old growth. And so it was in response to that executive order that the Forest Service has now proposed a national old growth amendment that I want to cover briefly. This would be, for the first time, a national amendment that would amend virtually all forest plans across the country in one fell swoop. Broadly speaking, the proposed National Old Growth Amendment seeks to provide a consistent framework for conserving, stewarding, recruiting, and monitoring old growth forests. Broadly speaking, it includes provisions to foster ecologically focused old growth management, and that would mean both passive management, letting old growth be old growth, and in other cases, such as frequent fire adapted forests, it would foster active management, reducing the uncharacteristic fuels within and around old growth that have accumulated as a result of that high grade and clear-cut logging and fire suppression, for example, including through harvest. The guidance is awfully flexible in this old growth amendment, and there are some real conservation shortcomings in it, but it does seek to point forest managers in the right direction. It provides a clear role for indigenous knowledge and tribal stewardship. It provides for national forests to develop adaptive strategies for the conservation of old growth. We simply can't effectively and efficiently conserve old growth forests without a plan. And that's what the proposed adaptive strategies are supposed to be. And the NOGA, as we call it, would establish a national monitoring framework to finally track trends and distribution patterns of old growth forests across the country. Now, this NOGA is at the proposal stage. It's just a draft, and we'll see what the Forest Service comes up with in the coming months here. But we're well over a century into our national forest management, and my view is that it's about time that we have an effective policy for the conservation of mature and old growth forests. We now know that good old growth policy is both good fire policy and biodiversity policy. We also know that good fire policy, that is putting together proactive plans that include strategic vegetation management and wildfire management, is good old growth policy. The growing impacts of climate change, wildfires, and managing without a plan are too significant to continue to ignore. Thank you. Bill?
All right. First thing you're going to learn is I hate track pads. And the second thing you'll learn is you're going to hear from a non-forester and non-lawyer about forest law. So use whatever shaker of salt you have handy. All right. I actually agree with just about, well, not everything, but a lot of what Scott said. And Scott and I go way back. When he was on Energy and Natural Resources, we would wind up in violent agreement as I was lobbying him from the forest industry point of view. Incidentally, that Dombeck memo on old growth was issued the day I started at American Forest and Paper Association, when I went from the state foresters to the timber industry. Oops. Am I on the show here? Oh, here's the slides. Thank you. It seems like it's advancing on my screen, but not on yours.
1 second.
I've been scoffing at the other presenters quietly
that now?
who have been doing this, and there you go. Okay. So Scott laid his presentation out in terms of changes in law and changes in practices. I'll give you some numbers. You can see where the spotted owl was listed there in roughly 1989. And then we had other listings, grizzly bears, Canada lynx. There were actually 2 other flavors of spotted owl, Mexican and California spotted owl. And the general belief was that large blocks of unbroken old growth forests were the preferred habitat for those. The sale program, back when it was piping along at 10 to 12 billion board feet, was dependent upon harvest that was basically clear cutting blocks of old growth. And then we fell off the cliff, 85% decline in timber outputs. And then in the last 20 years, this is, when I've really been involved, it's starting to crawl back in this direction. And there's a delta. The red line is the amount sold, and the green line is the amount harvested. The delta there is basically that the Forest Service is really bad at cruising timber, and they routinely overestimate the amount they sold us. And then interestingly, that one spike there in 2006 was 400 million board feet of salvage off the DeSoto National Forest in Mississippi that was salvage conducted in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. That forest since then has done a good job of reestablishing the kind of stand conditions that favor a bunch of listed species. So interesting anecdote. And what was getting rid of old growth on the National Forest System? Even age management, clear cutting, right? This is the amount of acres clear cut on the National Forest System. You can see the rapid fall off from 400,000 acres a year, and it was pretty consistent in that neighborhood going back decades. And now it's down around 50,000 acres a year, and that has not changed since the year 2000. So basically, they don't do regeneration harvest to any large degree on the National Forest System. Commercial thinning, Scott euphemized it as vegetation management. I will freely admit, not every tree is fuels, not all fuels are trees, and not every timber sale is a hazardous fuel reduction project. But where you have an overstock stand of timber that is fire prone, you can reduce the fire danger by thinning it. This is commercial thinning. You can see those timber beasts in the Obama administration kept it at fairly high levels. It actually declined a little bit during the Trump administration and has been lower in recent years, primarily because the agency's been tied down with pretty significant fire seasons. These pictures look a lot like Scott's, just to get across the point. It's not only are there, you said that how many forest types? 140? Forest Service identified over 200 distinct old growth types. I don't know how they must have split some down the middle, I guess, right? Yeah, old growth, when you say old growth, you think a big old Douglas fir in the Pacific Northwest with a spotted owl on one of the limbs and a Sasquatch hiding behind it, but that's not the entire system. That's classic Alaskan old growth. This is old growth aspen on the Gunflint Ranger District in Minnesota on the Superior National Forest. That doesn't get to be old growth. That will type convert to hazelbrush, and it will no longer be forest if you don't manage it. And not managing it is a choice. Not saying it's an invalid choice, but you need to be aware of what you're doing. Aspen is a disturbance-dependent species. This is old growth longleaf on the Kisatchie National Forest in Louisiana. No room for a Sasquatch to hide there. It's an open stand, frequent fire return interval, number of listed species dependent upon that. And the way the Forest Service has created this habitat, red-cockaded woodpecker is recovering in 2 places in the US Southeast. Really rich guys' pine plantations that they use for quail hunting, and on the National Forest where they sell timber. This stand was created by getting rid of a stand of loblolly pine that is a native species but isn't favored, and then managing it extensively through thinning, and eventually they're going to clear cut this and restart the stand. So how much old growth does the Forest Service currently have? Well, the inventory is 24 million acres. About 54% of that is already in wilderness, national monument, and inventoried roadless areas. And, you know, I think that's important. I'm sitting next to a guy from the Wilderness Society. The wilderness preservation system on our public lands is a conservation achievement. I mean, our public lands are a conservation achievement. And we have to acknowledge that more than half of the old growth they currently have is already in protected status. Of the 193 million acres of the National Forest System, 144 million are forested, and in total, 61 million acres, forested acres in various stages of development are already in these protected areas. So with no change in policy on that 42% of the National Forest System, there's going to be old growth developed under natural forces and the impacts of climate change. So one step of the executive order you skipped was the threat assessment. They put this out in last summer, I think it was. What's actually been causing the loss of old growth on the National Forest System in the last 25 years? As you can see, 9,000 acres lost to timber harvest, and then 712,000 acres lost to fire, and 182,000 lost to insect and disease. So I will say this very clearly, with the exception of one member mill I have in Alaska. My members don't cut old growth. We don't process old growth. Our mills are not set up to take old growth logs for the most part. Keeping in mind that old growth logs can be not necessarily that big if it's an aspen log. So that was the threat assessment, and then the plan amendment. Scott brought this up and gave a good summary of it. I would say that, you know, the concerns we have are not necessarily the standards that are in the NOGA. The concerns we have is that it is being imposed on the agency at a very, very critical moment. The wildfire crisis strategy should be the top priority of the agency, and instead of focusing on that, the NEPA staff are going to be working on this new old growth amendment. We do have concerns about how the courts are going to handle the old growth amendment. One example I mentioned to Scott when we sat down here was there's a stand of trees on the Hoosier National Forest in Indiana where the Forest Service planted loblolly pine. It's within the range of the loblolly, but it's barely in the range of the loblolly. They planted it right after they acquired the lands. Those trees are now technically old growth loblolly. It's not what should be there. What should be there is a mixed pine and oak stand. And the Forest Service wants to cut that stand and reinitiate it and help it develop into a more native stand, you know, a more natural native stand. They're being sued, and one of the allegations is that you're clear cutting old growth. So what we expect, you know, one of the things in the standards, how familiar are people with the forest planning process? Have people commented on forest plans? You have standards, guidelines, desired future conditions, objectives. Standards are the legally enforceable parts, and that's what will get litigated. It says cutting in old growth will only be for the purposes of proactive stewardship and shall not be for the purpose of commercial timber production. On the surface, those are unobjectionable things to say about old growth on the National Forest System. In practice, there are bad actor litigants, in our view. They file suits on nearly all large-scale forest management projects, and every single time the Forest Service attempts to use active management, the proactive stewardship that Scott mentioned, that includes harvest in some cases, we will be letting judges and environmental litigants debate whether it's really for proactive stewardship or whether the motivation is really just about timber production. We're already seeing that on a case in Montana that I'll get to in a minute. There's also ambiguous language about recruitment and connectivity that we believe is going to be used to challenge projects that aren't even old growth stands. Incidentally, I also think that every place where there's mature stands where the Forest Service is proposing management, the allegation will be that's really old growth. because the inventory that exists is not a mapped inventory. It's a heat map based on forest inventory data. So we expect a lot of complaints saying you're going to interfere with connectivity, you're going to interfere with recruitment on projects outside of old growth stands. Again, I started talking about this. It's a distraction from the crisis. It's amazing. Well, public has a very short memory span. Summers of 2020 and summers of 2021, we had wildfires so significant in the West. My wife had to slow down on Interstate 40 in eastern North Carolina because of smoke from a fire in Oregon. And that caused Congress to adopt, as part of the spending bill that year, and then as the Inflation Reduction Act, or sorry, the Infrastructure Act, hundreds of millions of dollars in fuels reduction, fire breaks, new authorities to create and construct fire breaks on the National Forest System. And this is direct quotes from the wildfire crisis strategy put out by the Forest Service in 2022. This is a decisive call for action. It's a paradigm shift, and it's a national emergency. If you had the equivalent of a national emergency at your house, like say a portion of your roof was on fire, you probably wouldn't go out and work on the vegetable garden. And I would submit to you that that's what we're doing with the old growth policy. We have an absolute crisis. We are losing more old growth to fire than to anything else. And while the agency's limited staff and limited budget should be working to manage these forests and reduce the fire threat, instead we've gone off on this tangent. And again, the NEPA staff is going to be trying to develop these adaptive strategies. From the day the plan amendment, if it goes forward, is adopted, they have 2 years to create the adaptive strategy. And the motivation is correct. I think Scott's right. That's what you need to do, is you need to tailor these things to the forest types. It makes me question personally what the benefit of saying it's a consistent approach is when you have so many different forest types. But the NEPA staff's going to be trying to adopt all this new plan content. They'll be working on these adaptive strategies, and then they'll be also trying to decide what to do with projects that are in process. NEPA and EIS on a veg management project takes at least 3 years. I have cases that I can show you where it took 8 years to go from the scoping letter to the court eventually signing off. And they're going to be, I guarantee you, there'll be challenges that these should be applied to projects that are already in development. So that will be another source of litigation. And again, this has not been, nothing like this has ever been attempted. The DES says it itself, it's an unprecedented attempt to amend all forest plans at once. And again, this is, and Scott hinted at this, they're trying to use a broken tool to fix a problem. The National Forest planning process does not work well, at least. NIFMA requires plan revisions at least every 12 years. The average National Forest plan is 22 years old. I think you said one of the plans here is 40 years old in Colorado. There's plans that you can find online that are literally scans of Xeroxes. You can't word search them. The NIFMA planning rule requires biannual monitoring reports. So every 2 years, the average National Forest hasn't put one out in 8 years. So right now, the forest planning process works as an exercise in developing binding constraints and optional goals that are then subsequently not monitored. It's not much of a plan. You know, you have a plan for your vegetable garden that you're taking care of while your roof is on fire. If you don't go out and harvest, you didn't do anything. So significant problems there. And then the budget crisis. September 17th, the chief held an all hands call with the staff. He described a budget shortfall. He didn't say exactly how much. Attributed to flat or declining appropriations, which I would quibble with a little bit. Cost of living and cost of operations, which I don't quibble with at all. And then the expiration of those temporary pots of money, Inflation Reduction Act and Infrastructure Act. I would have liked to have seen the agency have a general rule of don't hire permanent staff with temporary money, but that ship has already sailed. So going forward for 2025, the plan is to have no external hiring at all to the agency. And they will be hiring no seasonal staff outside of fire next year. That means no one to help work in campgrounds, no one to do botany surveys, no one to do ARC resources surveys, no one to do wildlife surveys, the very surveys that are needed to get forest management projects, including fuels reduction projects, on the ground. And he closed the call by saying, we're going to make sure we compare our employees above all else, and they're going to do what we can with what we have. That does not sound like an agency ready to take on an unprecedented forest plan revision process and then take their NEPA staff and have them embark on 2 years of writing adaptive strategies. This is a recipe for litigation and second guessing. And I also think it's going to make it harder to manage old growth that needs to be managed. These are 3 examples. The Black Ram project on the Kootenai. It's an old growth Douglas fir and pea pine, the Kootenai up in Montana, sorry. It's pea pine and Doug fir, mature old growth trees. It's been due to fire suppression. It's got large red firs that have come up. If a fire gets into that stand, it's going to kill the old growth trees. It's already enjoined without the old growth policy. So we'll have another club which the bad actors can beat the agency over the head with. Kirtland's warbler, entirely dependent. This bird exists in the United States on the Huron-Manistee National Forest, and it exists in 1 to 5-year-old clear cuts in jack pine. There are already groups in the Lake State saying, don't cut any mature or old growth. They will now have a new tool to try to block those. And again, my personal favorite, because I work for a senator from Arkansas, the red-cockaded woodpecker, lives in mature to old growth stands. Those stands have to be maintained through fire and thinning, and eventually need to be reset through harvest. That will be harder to do. I don't think that's a conservation win. So what are we supposed to do now? Well, I've been talking to a lot of people in the environmental community, including some of Scott's colleagues at the Wilderness Society, others at National Wildlife Federation. And it's in our official comments, which have been filed on this. We've suggested sort of a slim down. We had a meeting up in Wyoming a few weeks ago, and we went from slim fast to keto to, I don't know, one other diet. A slim down forest plan components. What we're suggesting is that would become a model plan amendment that could then be incorporated into the forest plans at the next revision, and then provide strategic direction in the planning handbook, outlining a lot of the other pieces that are currently would be a plan amendment adopted in one fell swoop. They become direction that's throughout the forest planning process. This has the added benefit of doing what the 2012 planning rule, again promulgated by the Obama administration, they, in specific response to comments that said you should have old growth policies, they said these issues are best identified and determined at the forest or grassland level, reflecting ecosystems and plant communities on the unit. So that's, we agree with that statement, and this would give each unit, again, the inventory we have is not a map. And this would give each unit the ability to actually map old growth and make better decisions on the unit level. So again, I agree with Scott on a lot of things. We need a strategic approach to this, but I think it's a strategic approach because if you look at the magnitude of the threats and what's causing losses, the priority should be getting management on those, not adopting additional restrictions on harvest. So I'll shut up, I think. Yeah, I'll shut up.
All right, well, thank you so much to you both for your comments and helping to set up my remarks, which are really focusing kind of at the ground level and looking at one particular case study in Oregon that the clinic here has been involved in and that I've been involved in for a couple years. And before I get into the details, I think I maybe will be the third person to say that there seems to be some agreement, even among local communities, folks who are directly and pretty significantly impacted by wildfire. And a lot of the challenges kind of come into play at the implementation level of certain projects and programs. We've talked a little bit about the northern spotted owl. You've heard a little bit about the owl, and I promise I won't focus too much of my time on the owl itself, but it's helpful just to think about in the Pacific Northwest, the northern spotted owl really has been a bit of a hot button issue, sometimes unfairly blamed for certain challenges to the timber industry generally, but also helpful to know that throughout the 80s and 90s, it really was at the forefront of a lot of people's lives. I grew up in Washington State, even though I wasn't directly connected to the timber industry, certainly heard a lot about it. This is just a map of Oregon. I want to help set the stage for where this particular case occurred. So we're kind of in the southwest corner of the state, around Medford, Grants Pass, Rogue Valley areas. Throughout the state in general, about 50% of the total landmass in Oregon is covered in forest, mix of public forest and privately owned forest land. And forestry and wood product industries are major economic drivers in the state, even still today. And this is especially concentrated in rural Oregon. And so when I was working up in the Willamette Valley at a law school in Salem, Oregon, a big part of my efforts were to connect to and work with folks in rural communities. And that's kind of how this case came to be on my docket. As you've already heard, wildfire has been an increasing problem in the Pacific Northwest and throughout other parts of the United States. The 10-year average annual number of fires from 2013 to 22 was just a little over 1,000. In 2024, wildfires across Oregon burned more acres than had been recorded since the early 90s when folks really started paying close attention to this, about 1.5 million acres in total. A lot of these fires kind of start with human activity, but extreme weather events like heat waves and high winds exacerbate the intensity of the fires. In August of this year, half the firefighters in the United States were fighting fires in Oregon and Washington. So as you've heard from our other panelists, this is obviously a pretty severe and significant problem that certainly needs to be addressed in some way. One way that the BLM is attempting to address wildfire risk to communities in the Northwest is through something called vegetation management that you heard about. So some sort of range of different activities actively targeted at reducing the risk. This could be a mix of commercial logging, smaller diameter, kind of non-commercial thinning activities, some prescribed burning, construction of barriers, roads, things like that. The specific vegetation management program at issue was one that was developed and kind of initially finalized in 2022. And the treatment area for this particular program is about 684,000 acres. It's a mix of public domain lands and ONC, Oregon and California Railroad vested lands. The treatments that are authorized in the program could occur anywhere within the treatment area and include a number of those activities that I mentioned to you earlier. So what was authorized by BLM in this particular program was commercial logging activities, up to 4,000 acres a year of commercial logging. 17 of the maximum of 20,000 acres authorized could occur in the late successional reserve forest. That particular forest, kind of the primary purpose of that forest is to serve as habitat for the northern spotted owl. BLM could log kind of mature and old growth trees that are up to 36 inches in diameter. Small diameter thinning is authorized under this particular program, about 6,500 acres a year, 10-year maximum 60,000 acres. And then prescribed fire that's authorized in the IVM-RL program is up to 7,500 acres a year, 10-year maximum of about 70,000 acres. So a fairly sizable project. Our client is a group called Applegate-Siskiyou Alliance. They sort of work in that Southwest Oregon region, really active on a number of public lands and forest management issues. And they came to us with some concerns about both the substantive content of the program as well as the structure that it had been developed in. And there's an RMP for Southwest Oregon that has to be developed pursuant to FLPMA, the Federal Land Policy and Management Act. And that RMP helps to kind of establish the different uses of the public lands in the region. There was an EIS, or an environmental impact statement, kind of the most thorough, comprehensive level of NEPA analysis that can be conducted back in 2016. The IVM-RL program, by contrast, did not involve an EIS. It had that initial sort of threshold level assessment, environmental assessment. And BLM concluded that there would be no significant impacts from this program, even though it covered a pretty large geographic area and authorized some pretty heavy commercial logging in LSR forest. Our clients were obviously concerned about this. So they were kind of concerned about the degree to which that commercial logging would impact the forest. They were concerned about some questions around risk, whether cutting down that many large old trees really was going to make their community safer and mitigate some of the risk. There's some indication that that can be the case, but opening up the canopy also might promote understory growth and just contribute to another type of surface fire. And so our clients just felt that that hadn't really been analyzed to the level that it really needed to be for this type of broad program. And another concern that they had was that the EIS that was completed for the 2016 RMP was really the only EIS that would ever be completed for projects authorized pursuant to this program. The IVM-RL program itself, like I said, was finalized using an EA, and then any individual timber sales that were conducted pursuant to the EA would be completed using something called a determination of NEPA adequacy, or a DNA. Kind of functions as a checklist. It's not really a NEPA document in and of itself, but it just allows the agency to look to see if this individual timber sale would conform to what was authorized in the program. Just to give you a sense of the area that this covers, so those light blue areas are the treatment areas. And again, this is kind of in Southwest Oregon. So the claims that we filed on behalf of Applegate-Siskiyou Alliance kind of boiled down to these. First, we brought a claim under FLPMA, the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, having to do with consideration of impacts to recreation interests and values. Within the Medford District area, there are a number of what's known as SRMAs or IRMAs, extensive recreation management areas and special recreation management areas. And for one sale that had already been planned, it overlapped with the Mungers Butte IRMA, or the Mungers Butte Extensive Recreation Management Area. We argued that the agency, because it really hadn't conducted any sort of site-specific analysis for the individual sale, that it didn't really know what the impacts to recreation would be. And it was a bit conclusory in just relying on what the 2016 RMP had said, which was to look ahead and analyze impacts at the project level. We also brought 2 NEPA claims on behalf of ASA, Applegate-Siskiyou Alliance. And the first was arguing that BLM really should have completed an EIS. So not necessarily saying no part of the project or the program should continue or move forward, but in order for the agency to really kind of understand the level of impacts that might occur from authorizing this program, it needed to kind of take that next level step of analysis and conduct an EIS. A couple of reasons for this. One, obviously the impacts to the northern spotted owl, but some other endangered and threatened species in the area. Fish and Wildlife had concluded that there would be a take of the coastal martin. The number was not necessarily large, but that didn't really matter. The fact that there was a take and the agency didn't necessarily have a great plan to respond to that was something that was a concern for our clients. We also argued that BLM failed to consider direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts of this particular program. And one of the kind of most frustrating things, I think, for our client was this, the structuring of the program itself. So the IVM-RL EA is kind of this middle tier document. It tiers to the 2016 RMP, and then the individual timber sales are conducted using DNAs. But when you kind of follow the trail to find where the site-specific analysis occurs, each document sort of points you either backwards in time or forwards in time to some other document. The problem with relying on that DNA level for the site-specific impacts for our clients is that there's no guarantee of public participation at that stage. The agency could kind of in its grace and generosity offer to consider public impacts at the DNA stage, but it's not really required to in the way that it would be for an EA or an EIS. So for our clients who are kind of living in the midst of these forests, really next to them, in many cases their livelihood kind of relies on them, that was really concerning for them. They wanted to be able to kind of weigh in directly on the individual timber sales that would be authorized pursuant to this program. As a clinic director, I feel like it's my imperative to highlight the wonderful work of the clinic students here at Colorado. Just to give you a little bit of an overview of the timeline and the specific work that clinic students did. Last fall, students completed a motion for summary judgment. So there was a team of students right off the bat that had to review a pretty extensive administrative record that was 70-something thousand pages and draft a substantive dispositive motion after reviewing the record and kind of coming up to speed pretty quickly on the case. Last spring, a new team of students completed responsive briefing for summary judgment, and one student was able to argue this case in federal court at the Medford Courthouse in Southwest Oregon. That was a really kind of enlightening and hopefully beneficial experience for that student, but perhaps even more so than the argument itself. I think it was the time that we were able to spend visiting the site with our client and really kind of seeing concepts that we argued about, concepts that the students learned about through reviewing the record and briefing play out into action. So we actually spent some time in the forest, got to see different types of stands, different types of forests, and really hear from the clients about their concerns with the approach that BLM had taken. I think that really helped to drive home the point that some type of project level site-specific analysis really was needed, and it's pretty tough to have a one-size-fits-all approach to forests in this region. We are waiting, I should say. So we got a positive, partially positive finding and recommendation order from a magistrate in May who agreed with us on our NEPA claim that the agency should have conducted an EIS to kind of analyze the program approval in greater depth. The magistrate did not agree with us on our FLPMA claim, but there were some other plaintiffs who had brought really similar claims to us, and they did bring a FLPMA claim centered a little bit more about the northern spotted owl and the way that the program would not be consistent with sort of the 20-year nesting, roosting, foraging habitat directives for the spotted owl in LSR forest. We completed objections, the parties did, back in July, and we are waiting for hopefully an adopted or maybe partially modified order from Judge Aiken in the District of Oregon. Couple takeaways that I want to share from kind of this project and hearing the concerns at the community level about these large-scale approaches to fire resistance and reduction in fire risk. So one is the importance of public participation. I was kind of struck by an event that occurred as we were reviewing the administrative record together last fall. So one of the students was reading a section of the record and came across an email from a member of ASA sent to the agency. And it was in response to, I forget if it was exactly like an amended document or an additional document that was kind of added to the draft EIS. But the email said basically, we need a little more time to respond and think about this because this individual person and other members of the organization were actively responding to wildfires in the area. The email said that the writer had just helped to evacuate his mother, whose home was destroyed by fire, and figuring out if they themselves would have to continue fleeing. And so because they were kind of actively leaving a wildfire area, could they have more time to comment on this project? And that just really kind of hit home for me and I think for the students about the fact that, the groups are interested in participating not simply to say, we're rejecting any effort at wildfire mitigation and forest management, but to say, hey, because this impacts us so directly, we really want to make sure that it's done right and that it makes sense. Second takeaway for me is the issue of prioritization. One frustration with some of the programs that include a number of different treatment activities is that in our clients' perception, a lot of the commercial activities tend to get prioritized and tend to be completed first. But then some of the non-commercial stuff like prescribed burns, barrier construction, and small diameter thinning either gets forgotten about or kind of pushed way down the list in terms of priorities for the agency. That's really frustrating for them because those are the types of activities that they'd like to see a little bit more of, or that they'd like to see carried out kind of with the same enthusiasm, I think, as some of the commercial logging in the region. Last takeaway for me really comes down to trust and the importance of trust, kind of going both ways, both the agency trusting that the public isn't always, I will acknowledge that sometimes activities are trying to just stop any sort of forest management altogether, but that's not always the case. Sometimes communities are participating because they really do care and because they are impacted directly. They're interested in seeing risk reduction occur, and they just want to make sure that it's done correctly. And likewise, communities really need to be able to trust the agency, that the agency isn't serving kind of only those economic and commercial harvesting interests, but is really truly focused on improving wildfire risk and strengthening the forest overall. With that, I will conclude and look forward to taking your questions. Check, check. Okay. We've got a pretty active queue so far. And I'll start with this question that has some upvotes from our audience. So the first question is, if forest planning is broken, how will addressing it unit by unit be a viable solution?
Yeah, I thought I might get that one. Yeah, I think the best thing I can say is it's at least it will be put into a structure that will not be immediately disruptive across every unit. You have units that are commencing forest plans now that are saying, should we stop until this national amendment's adopted? Or we're in the queue a year from now, should we wait till the adaptive strategy is done, or should we commence? So I think, it's the shock to a system that needs to be clarified. I think, quite frankly, that Congress probably needs to clarify some things for the agency. Having worked there, I can tell you they don't always aim for clarity. They aim for what's politically viable. And I think we're far enough down the road from the NIFMA amendments and the planning process that maybe it's time for Congress to clarify what can happen on which acres, or what the standard of review is on every acre. And that would help the forest planning process. I hope I'm not shocking anybody. There's not a lot of consensus around that idea in Washington right now. Not that there's a lot of consensus around a whole lot of things in Washington right now.
Yeah, I'd just add, I think the premise of the question recognizes that if we did it on a plan-by-plan basis, we'd still be working on a basic old growth strategy on some of these forests 30 years from now. And there is some real efficiency to doing a national old growth amendment. Obviously, it's complicated, as we've talked about. I do agree with Bill that there are some serious capacity issues. And again, I think a national amendment, that part of it does provide some real efficiencies rather than spending the next 30 years going forest by forest. The adaptive strategies, which are critical and ultimately need to be done, as Bill pointed out, the current proposal has 2 years. And I think I agree with Bill on capacity with that. Like, either they're going to do it in 2 years and it's not going to be worth much, or they're not going to do it in 2 years and they need more time to do it right.
Thank you. All right. This one, I think, is directed at Bill, but Scott, if you have thoughts, I welcome you to weigh in as well. How do you think the Forest Service should be addressing fire crisis from a policy or planning perspective, if not through old growth policy?
So I've worked on Healthy Forest Restoration Act in 2003. I've got a picture of Max Baucus and Ron Wyden leading over George W. Bush's shoulder when he signed it. I've worked on the 2014 Farm Bill and 2018 Farm Bill that gave the agency categorical exclusions for insects and disease. fuels reduction, and then the Inflation Reduction Act had the fuel break categorical exclusion. And in my experience, the biggest problem I have is the most fire-prone regions, where the most values, community protection, watershed protection, wildlife habitat, carbon, are facing the biggest threats from fire. The agency hardly uses those authorities. And the answer when I press them, why aren't you using these? We can't do that. We'll get sued. You'll get sued anyhow. Alliance for Wild Rockies exists. They will file a lawsuit. If you propose managing more than a couple acres of trees, you're going to have someone meet you in court. Let's use them, and if the courts start shooting these projects down, then we go back to Congress and say, apparently more clarity is needed.
I'll just reemphasize that, I think good old growth policy is good fire policy. Good fire policy is good old growth policy. And I agree with Bill, like from a big picture fire standpoint, the real problem that needs to be resolved is that for the most part, we deal with fire as just an emergency, right? Like the fire starts, they call in the incident command team and they put it out, or they're operating by the seat of their pants for the most part. And so the answer has to be, and the Wildfire Commission spent a lot of time on this and made some really good recommendations on it, is you got to plan for those inevitable wildfires before they come, so you have a plan on how to manage that fire to protect critical assets that include wildlife habitat, old growth, et cetera. If you don't know where the old growth is, and you don't have a plan where you've been doing fuels management around it, for example, where that's appropriate, when the fire comes, you're only going to have one choice, and that's put it out, rather than manage it strategically for, again, old growth values, public protection of houses, drinking water, et cetera. So that planning is necessary, and this comes back to, can we wait 30 years before we do that? We do have a crisis. We have to do a lot of things at once, but we're doing it really inefficiently right now because we don't have good plans.
Well, can I just expand for one thing? What I'm really tired of with the agency is them acting like these giant disturbances are surprises, right? 6-figure acre fires, not a surprise anymore. Landfalling hurricanes in the South should never have been a surprise. Straight line wind events doing 5-figure damage in the lake states and in the Northeast. It's been happening every 2 to 3 years for the last 12. We let these disturbances happen, and for the most part, with the exception of that Katrina salvage I showed you, we're letting those damaged forests emit a ton of carbon, and then we're not regenerating them. We're supposed to care where the carbon is. Do you want it floating around from the last fire, or do you want it going back into a green and growing stand? We think they need to be planning for how we react to these disturbances far more than they are. What Region 6, which is Oregon and Washington, did in the wake of the 2020 fire season was basically turned on their heel and walked away from millions of acres of burned forest. And that's irresponsible.
And just adding a little bit to the concern about litigation, I think, which is very real and totally understandable. I think at least in the Northwest and at least kind of in the, with some of the groups that we've worked with, I think if the agency's actions would indicate an interest in some of the other treatment activities besides just commercial logging, groups might be a little bit more comfortable kind of trusting and relying on BLM or the Forest Service to be conducting activities truly in the interest of reducing wildfire risk. But because so much of the emphasis, at least recently, seems to be on getting those commercial treatments done and kind of ignoring some of the others, I think that's where a lot of the trust is broken. I think we have time for one more?
Yeah, one more.
Okay, let's do one more.
I got a flight.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I'll use moderator's prerogative and continue a little bit on the theme of trust. A history of distrust and conflict shapes the current policy discussions. How do you think we could change that dynamic?
I'm not sure. You know, I've seen so many good examples of forest management on national forests outside of the Western US that I think are really benefiting a lot of values. The red-cockaded woodpecker management on those units, the Kirtland's warbler management on those, on the Huron-Manistee. I don't, you know, I'm not saying that the Forest Service needs to tell its story better, right? Like they're the ones that have to explain to the public what they're doing. And that was always the accusation, is that they just wanted to cut timber and they were just going to tell the public why they should like it. From our perspective right now, there's generally going the other direction. It's, we just want to back off a little bit more from management. We're going to explain to you why. I'm hard pressed to say. I think that these most recent fire seasons have demonstrated that we need to do something. And the reality is that my industry is not evenly distributed across the landscape. So there's going to be a lot of places where we're not there to help get the work done. And that's going to drive up the costs for the public. I feel, again, if the agency were to be more aggressive about using some of the authorities that Congress has given them, I'll just say this about trust too. I've heard a lot of the use of the term social license and trust. And when an agency refuses to use an authority that's enacted by the US Congress, call me old fashioned, I used to think Congress enacting a law was a little bit of an expression of social license. So I'd like to see, again, more use of those authorities.
I'll just add that, you know, I think as this discussion demonstrates, there is a lot of common ground. It's not complete, but there's a lot of common ground. And I think collaborative forestry has a really strong record of building trust, not only within the community, but between the community and the Forest Service and the BLM. I think where the challenges with that are capacity. Not all communities have a lot of capacity to spend the hours and hours and weeks and sometimes years doing that collaboration. I think the Forest Service capacity is also a problem for that collaboration. They don't have always enough funds to carry through on the collaborative agreements that are made, and sometimes they just choose not to, which is the other problem. But I think there's a lot of trust that can be built through collaboration, and we've proven that.
Thank you both very much. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
All right, I think we're going to get going. So I just wanted to make a couple quick comments and then I'll turn it over to Jamie. But mostly I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for coming and joining us for the symposium. It's been a wonderful 2 days. I know I've personally learned a ton. And so I just want to express a lot of appreciation for everybody showing up and asking good questions. And of course, for all of our amazing panelists, moderators, and speakers. It's been a really diverse set of voices. And so I think that's really contributed to the program as well. And ever since I saw Brett's narwhal chart yesterday, I've been wanting to sneak in a skiing reference somewhere. So if you'll indulge me, I think we will kick off our last run of the day, and I'll turn it over to Jamie.
Is it working? Okay, I want to thank everyone for being here, and I also want to thank Chris for hosting such an amazing symposium. I'm sure you all feel like I do, that your understanding of so many complex issues is really much deeper at the end of these 2 days. And so I recognize that we are the last panel of the day and that we're between you and beer. And we did make some jokes about maybe bringing in some refreshments for this last panel, but hopefully we will be entertaining enough. But as the last panel, I think that we're going to be a little bit more casual. Our goal is to have a conversation. And in particular, I think it's appropriate as we're talking about permitting, it's a bit of a cross-cutting issue. And so hopefully our conversation will be able to pull together a lot of threads of things that we've been hearing and thinking about over the last 2 days. And I also think that it's appropriate that we turn our thoughts to permitting as the last panel, because if you think about it, permitting is the mechanism that takes laws, regulations, and standards from the world of ideas to the physical world of practice. We have an idea: clean air, clean water, no loss of endangered species. But achieving that idea requires implementation and enforcement. Permits are the first step. They take these ideals and they turn them into physical or functional requirements of a project. So when we talk about permitting reform, we talk about it as this thing, like this monolithic thing that we can just reform. But what do we actually mean by permitting? The permit reform conversation elides over this nuance and talks about permitting as a monolithic, singular action, usually with NEPA right in the middle of it, or the sole cause of problems. Of course, that is not true. Complex projects must comply with multiple substantive laws, the Endangered Species Act, FLPMA, the Clean Water Act, just to name a very few, as well as procedural laws, NEPA, the National Historic Preservation Act, not to mention state and local requirements, as well state and local requirements and crossing multiple jurisdictions. And lurking in the background are pressing challenges: climate change, biodiversity crisis, the immense challenge of building infrastructure for renewable energy transition with technology that's just emerging at a scale that we've never done before, and the inevitable passage of time as we race the clock, and finally, political polarization. In general, proposals for permit reform tend to have two general approaches. One strategy is to improve the systems for coordination through better procedure, better coordination, and transparency. Some examples are Fast 41, the broadband rule, the renewable energy rule. A second approach tends to be to eliminate regulatory or procedural requirements. Some examples of this approach are the Manchin-Barrasso bill. These proposals usually seek to achieve speed through deregulation by exempting categories of projects from specific requirements, usually NEPA. So, here to help us understand the problems and the proposed solutions that are on the table are three panelists. Now, I spend a lot of time thinking about permitting and permit reform, and I can't think of three people whose opinions I would like to hear more than the three panelists that I have here. So a little bit of a background. I know everyone knows each other, but I'm just going to point out why these people are have such a great perspective on the topic. Tommy Boudreau is currently the co-chair of WilmerHale's Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources and Native American practice. Prior to that, he spent almost 10 years in the Department of Interior across 2 administrations. Most recently, he was the Deputy Secretary of Interior, and he was responsible for overseeing the development of public lands. Prior to that, under the Obama administration, he was the first director of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and he originally joined the government during Deepwater Horizon accident. So he has intimate knowledge of understanding what can happen when permitting becomes a box-checking exercise and speed is sacrificed for thoughtful enforcement. John Ruppel is a research professor at the University of Utah S.J. Quinney College of Law. He directs the Law and Policy Program at the Wallace Stegner Center for Law, Resources, and the Environment. And he recently returned to the University of Utah after serving 2 years as senior counsel at CEQ, where his work focused primarily on public lands. John has also done some of the most thoughtful and insightful, rigorous empirical research into questions that really go to the foundation of permit reform. Does NEPA make a difference? How long does it really take? Does it actually cause delay, or does it help coordinate decision-making? Are regulatory standards to blame for delay, or is there something else? And finally, we have Pilar Thomas. She is a partner at Quarles and Brady, where she advises Native American tribes on tribal renewable energy development, finance, tribal economic development, federal Indian law, and natural resource development. She is a former deputy director of the Department of Energy Office of Indian Energy, a program that she stood up. And she's a former deputy solicitor for Indian Affairs at the Department of Environment, both during the Obama era, and former interim attorney general for the Pascua Yaqui tribe and former trial attorney in Department of Justice, ENRD, Indian Resources section. So as you can see, each of our panelists have a depth of knowledge that they have to bring to the table, and I'm quite excited to hear what they have to say. So here's how it's going to work. Each of them we're going to engage in a conversation, and it's going to be kicked off in the following order. Tommy is going to provide an overview. John's going to talk about CEQ, some of the things that are happening there, as well as some of the insights that he has from his research. And Pilar will talk about what has been done and what still needs to be done to improve consultation, involvement, and engagement. From there, we'll begin a conversation, and we look forward to also hearing your questions as we talk about this.
All right, thank you, Jamie. It's great to be here again, and it really is impressive how many of you stuck with us on a gorgeous Saturday when the keg Chris promised didn't show up. As Jamie said, I'm gonna just do a little bit of a level set on the permitting issues and provide some broad framework, including grounding in how the Biden administration approached permitting issues and some of the current environment related to what we can do in terms of administrative efforts, as well as the legislative proposals that are floating around. So as much as I love the Interior Department and think everything that the Interior Department does is incredibly important, you may be shocked to hear we were not always top of mind for the White House across all of our issues. But one set of issues that I got called to the White House at least every month to meet with some of the people in this room who were there at the time as well was around permitting. And broadly speaking, the three categories of issues that the White House was very interested in tracking, too interested in tracking, was renewable energy generation, so wind and solar on public lands and offshore wind. 2, transmission, and 3, critical minerals. And as I walk through these issues with folks at the White House, part of my messaging was with respect to renewable energy, particularly wind and solar, and particularly solar on public lands, I didn't lose a lot of sleep over the permitting process for those types of projects. Of course, permitting is always rough and tumble. Sometimes people feel like it takes too long, but BLM really does at this point have a pretty good handle on the permitting process for rights of way for wind and solar. It could always use more resources. The conflicts issues are present with each and every project, but it's something that can be methodically worked through. And there's some proof of that. As Steve talked about yesterday and others have mentioned, the administration set a 25 gigawatt goal for 2020 or for 2025, and already exceeded it last April. And so now there's talk of like, okay, what's the next goal? 50 by 2030 or something like that. So again, lots of challenges always, but that one we had a handle on, I think. Transmission, much more difficult for all the reasons that have come up quite a bit during the course of the last 2 days. And for many folks at the White House, the reason why transmission took so much attention is, Department of Energy had a kind of internal estimate that, currently we increase the capacity of transmission in this country by like 1% a year. If we don't increase that growth by 10 times or so, we risk losing about 80% of the value of the Inflation Reduction Act. And so if you're Joe Biden and you think of the Inflation Reduction Act as, your mark on a new future for the United States, that gets your attention, and that attention, became focused on us and the Energy Department as well. And then critical minerals and the necessity for those materials for technology development and clean energy transition, something that was a topic earlier today, and I won't spend a lot of time on that other than to say I developed an entire stand-up routine about the 1872 mining law, and I had a very well worked out shtick around it of like, yeah, we don't need to redo the law every century, just like maybe every other century. We should look and see if it's suiting our policy priorities today as opposed to the Grant administration. So I'll be here all night for that. And so what did we actually do in the administration try to make headway on this? And again, a lot of it ended up being contextualized around transmission. And folks wanted to track it very closely. And that's why, there's, in this administration, as well as the previous administration, and I expect future administrations, a lot of emphasis on FIPSI and the FIPSI dashboard. And can we dashboard our way out of this problem? And if we only had more data calls on the agencies, we could really, move projects forward. So you can tell I'm a little skeptical about how much accountability is really important. Adherence to timelines and commitments is really important. Even more important is the problem solving that goes into, okay, when you're running into one of these issues, a conflict that needs to be resolved, like how is that getting elevated and addressed? And the dashboard doesn't really, it's a tool, but it doesn't really do that for you. But that was, one line of effort was, tracking and accountability in terms of schedule, which again, I think has value, but doesn't get at the underlying challenges that need to be solved for. And then there were some regulatory efforts, and we've talked about a number of those over the last 2 days, including the solar PIS, BLM's renewable energy regs, which rationalize some of the costs being imposed on renewable energy generation in a way that I think makes a lot of sense and makes these projects easier to get to sanction, and some work, a little bit of work on the permitting side in terms of, incentivizing projects in certain places. And then there was a lot of work, including by some of the individuals in this room around the NEPA regs, and John's going to talk about that. But as reflected again in the conversations over the last several days, there remains all of these sort of built-in, values, but also conflicts and challenges with it. So just taking transmission again as an example, two of the biggest challenging projects while I was at the department this go around were Cardinal Hickory Creek and Sunzia. And, Howard presented a really, compelling discussion about a transmission line that it really did take 17 years to permit. I permitted it once in the Obama administration and then permitted it again in the Biden administration. And yet, coming out of that, there's still a lot of bad feeling and still a lot of feelings of conflict and people feeling like they weren't meaningfully engaged in the process. And so that's, a reality. So when we talk about the need to expedite permitting and do a better job on permitting, and how could you take 17 years, you idiots, to get a transmission line permitted, you should reflect on that a little bit, that even an effort like that, which I personally feel like produced a good outcome, there's still going to be important people who feel like the balance wasn't struck right and we didn't adhere to our values, and that leads to some bad feelings. And so again, just in terms of setting the stage, I think when we talk about permitting reform, for me, and the way I think about it, it's really kind of three issues on the spectrum. First, like, do we really want to reform permitting? We've had these conversations today, for example, of, all right, there's a climate imperative. We need to get, renewable clean power generation permitted. We need to get transmission permitted. We need all those things. And yet, as we talk about the specific issues and some of the trade-offs and consequences of doing that, it leaves a lot of us, uneasy, right? And so that is one of the questions, is like, how broke is the system really? And then second, if coming out of that, we really do think, okay, well, things can be improved, how do you go about it, including legislatively? And one of my messages, again, in these White House settings was, we're here, you're telling me we need to be here. I can whip people in steerage as hard as possible and get here, but I can't, get you here. Because again, to go through a process that not only produces better outcomes that we can be proud of, but can run the gauntlet of judicial review, there's only so much, administratively we can actually wring out of the system and still be effective. Which brings you to legislation, and we'll talk a little bit about, proposals like the Manchin and Barrasso bill and whether it really is the way to get from here to here. And then the last issue, which, I'll say, here at, a law school in a setting with a lot of lawyers and law students, for me, permitting reform is actually litigation reform. I mean, there's a reason why the NEPA process takes as long as it does. It's not, one, there's stakeholder engagement and the problem solving, but there's also just the specter of defensibility over everything. And, projects do get thrown off the rails because of litigation, and it's just like a built-in part of our system. And so in a lot of ways, some of the reform proposals of, stricter timelines or, categorical exclusions or other measures that, kind of erode the process on good permitting miss the point in my mind. And, the point really being, how can we get projects through a system that will actually get built and not just end up in the courts. And for me, those concerns have only been intensified by, recent Supreme Court decisions like Loper-Bright, which, is about regulation, but it's not going to take anyone a whole lot of imagination to start applying those principles to permitting actions. And looking to judges as not only the regulators of our economy, but also the permitting aspect of our government. So I'm not optimistic about our ability to go from here to here without some meaningful attention to how litigation works with these projects.
Thanks, Tommy. I think that's a really interesting and useful setup and framing. As Jamie said, I'm John Ruppel. I'm from the University of Utah. I think what I'd like to do, I guess, first of all, I want to start by thanking Chris and Annie for really coordinating a fantastic conference and the opportunity to present. And I also feel I want to give a shout out to Charles. Obviously, he's not with us here, but as much as anyone else, he is probably the single most influential person in encouraging me to go to law school and to engage in natural resource practice. So it's an honor to be here, and I owe a lot. What I'd like to do to begin with is just go through, set some framework and some context about NEPA and the NEPA process, and then talk a bit about the phase 2 rules and how those might apply on public lands and what that might mean. So I know this is very quick review. I think I can do the timeline in 45 seconds or so, but January 1, 1970, Richard Nixon signed NEPA into law. CEQ first promulgated regulations to guide implementation of NEPA in November of 1978. There were some guidance documents prior to that, but the first regulations came out in 1978. And those were remarkably stable. They stayed in place without significant change up until 2020, when the prior administration did a pretty, we'll call it a comprehensive revision to the NEPA implementing regulations. Under the Biden-Harris administration, they looked at those revisions and said, all right, we have executive orders directing us to take a look at that, but we also need to understand whether those regulations are effective in meeting the goals set forth by Congress in the act itself. And CEQ undertook a 2-phase rulemaking approach. Phase 1 being a very quick amendments to address what I think would be some of the most significant questions with the prior regulations. So dealing with, for instance, the definition of effect. Shortly after the phase 1 rule came out in April of 22, Congress passed the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which included amendments to NEPA itself, to the statute itself. And that really folded into CEQ's efforts through the phase 2 rulemaking process to amend the phase 2 regulations to include what was required under the FRA, but to also broaden that out and say, all right, we've cracked the hood. We're going to do a full comprehensive review of those regulations. The final phase 2 rule came out in May of 24, and it went into effect July of this year. So a little bit of context. I come to law in kind of a weird way. I grew up, I lived in Colorado. I worked for an engineering company. I wrote NEPA documents and was a project manager for EISs on National Forest System lands all across the Western US before I went to law school. And my experience as a NEPA contractor was very different than kind of the complaints in the area I hear of frustration over the NEPA and permitting process. And that's always kind of hung with me. As I moved into academia, I wanted to understand, was my experience, because I went to law school to build on NEPA because I felt like understanding the rules, the process would make me a better bureaucrat, frankly. I didn't have aspirations to be a trial lawyer. I thought I could just make the administrative process work better. So over the years, we've looked at NEPA a lot. A couple of years ago, Jamie and I published an article that looked at over 40,000 Forest Service NEPA decisions to try and find patterns in there to see if we could learn anything about what causes some processes to go quickly and efficiently while others may bog down a bit. And as a quick overview, the vast majority of projects are already streamlined. So I think we need to keep this in mind when we think about the NEPA process. About 87% are handled through categorical exclusions, which are the most expedient level of review under NEPA. About 11% are handled through EAs, and then less than 2% are handled under EISs. And that's consistent largely with what we see with the BLM and other agencies. As we look at decisions over time, we see the number of NEPA documents per year has been declining fairly steadily over the last 20 years. And the use of categorical exclusions has been increasing. So again, we're seeing this trend to make the process move maybe a little more expeditiously. Over time, again, the time required to complete a NEPA analysis has declined. it took less than half as long to complete an EIS in 2019 than it did in 2014. And it appears that that trend is continuing. CEQ is working on some data now that I think will be released in the coming months. So I think that's an important background concept, that we've already streamlined a lot. The trends are continuing. That's not to say that there isn't a significant need for permitting reform or an opportunity to reform permitting, but oftentimes we're talking about outliers rather than the norm. And I think it's important to understand those causes of delay. The other caveat I want to say is that time isn't necessarily the best measure for completion of a NEPA process or another permit. I think as Tommy said, or Jamie said, you're not saving any time if you end up in litigation or if that decision is reversed and you have to go back and amend those decisions. So time is important, but it's not the sole goal. And the other point I think I'd make along those lines is, again, consistent with what Jamie said. NEPA and federal permits are not the only thing out there. If NEPA went away, permittees would still need to comply with the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act, procedural laws like the NHPA. And in some ways, NEPA acts as a tool to coordinate compliance with those broader obligations. And when we think about where things bog down, it's also important to say, well, is it NEPA, is it the federal side, or is it state and local permitting? And David Edelman had a paper that came out earlier this year looking at wind and solar projects, where he found that just 12% of the litigation around those projects occurred in federal court. The vast majority of that's occurring under state and local laws. So again, I think we need to have that as a background concept. If we're thinking about revising federal permitting requirements and a delay occurs someplace else, we need to keep that in mind. So when I step back and I think, all right, what would meaningful permitting reform look like? I often fall back to a report from the Government Accountability Office that looked at the causes of delays in permitting for large mine plans of operation. What caused that process to bog down? And I'm going to run through the top 5 causes of delay here, because I think they provide another kind of helpful background concept. The single most common cause of delay were incomplete or poor quality application materials coming in from industry. Number 2, inadequate resources within the federal permitting agencies. So not enough people to do the review, not enough computers, not the basic things they need to do the job. Number 3, changes to the permit application or the mine plan of operations midstream after the permitting review had started that required the agency to step back and change or revise or update its analysis. Number 4, the complexity of the mine plans. And number 5, poor quality of work done by contractors. And try and hold on to those and think about what that means when we talk about permitting reform, how NEPA Phase 2 might address some of those underlying causes. Because I guess I would argue that effective permitting reform needs to consider those realities. We need to think about what is actually causing a delay, and we need to focus on those areas where we can make a difference. So thinking about the Fiscal Responsibility Act and the changes it made to NEPA, the first comment I would make, and again, I think it's helpful to frame what the FRA didn't do before we get into what it actually did. It did not change the Congressional Declaration of Purpose. So NEPA still, and I'm quoting here, encourages productive and enjoyable harmony between man and his environment, to promote efforts which will prevent or eliminate damage to the environment and biosphere, and stimulate the health and welfare of man, to enrich the understanding of the ecological systems and natural resources important to the nation. So that's the background concept. It remains unaffected by the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And similarly, the FRA didn't change the national environmental policy. And if you're familiar with NEPA, you know, it's long. It contains many objectives. Yeah, and they include things like assuring that all Americans have a safe, healthful, productive, and aesthetically and culturally pleasing surroundings, attaining the widest range of beneficial uses of the environment without degradation, risk to health or safety or other undesirable or unintended consequences. So that's still the pole star. That's still the guiding message and the objective under NEPA. The FRA did do a number of other things that didn't necessarily get to that core mission. It did add page limits. It did add deadlines. It incorporated a number of definitions. It requires the agency to consider the negative environmental impacts of not taking a proposed action. It promotes timely unified federal reviews. It allows for adoption of other agency categorical exclusions. It creates new and hopefully more efficient processes for agencies to create categorical exclusions. But overall, I feel like the changes that came out of the FRA are probably more evolutionary than revolutionary. So how does this translate into the Phase 2 regulations? You know, those begin by incorporating the amendments that are contained in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. So it includes the page limits, it includes the time limits, or the page limits and time limits. It includes the definitions that are in the FRA. But it builds on that to make, I think, what are hopefully procedural improvements that lead not just to a faster decision-making process, but a decision-making process that is still consistent with those congressional objectives, with the notion of making a better decision, with engaging the potentially affected public, tribes, communities with environmental justice concerns, and making sure those voices are heard, that they're engaged effectively, and making hopefully better decisions in the end. So focusing on some of the changes that you'll see in the Phase 2 rule, it creates more flexible methods of establishing categorical exclusions. So an agency going through a planning process can create categorical exclusions through that EIS. So it facilitates tiering, it facilitates hopefully more effective implementation. Phase 2, it expands the use of programmatic reviews and tiering. It clarifies the process for adopting EISs, EAs, and categorical exemption determinations. It clarifies that agencies can prepare what are called mitigated FONSIs, or findings of no significant impact, provided that the applicant is incorporating as part of their proposed action attributes that are sufficient to get that action down below the level of significance. It requires agencies to set up schedules, to publicly make those schedules available, to consult and seek concurrence with joint lead agencies, with cooperating agencies, with participating agencies, and try and get the various agencies that may have a stake either in that NEPA process or related permitting decisions that may incorporate some of that analysis, get them moving together. So if, thinking about my experience as a NEPA contractor, the EIS is going to talk about impacts on wildlife. We need to look at Section 7 of the ESA. We need to consult with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There may be a biological assessment, biological opinion, all of those things. But there's also typically an analysis of non-TSA species that often meant working very closely with state wildlife managers to understand what species of concern exist under state law, to understand what species may be of particular interest to affected communities, whether those are game species or otherwise. And when you have those various agencies sitting around the table together, you can make some of those baseline decisions to make sure you have an agreement on what your analysis area will be for direct effects, what it'll be for indirect effects, what it'll be for cumulative effects, to make sure you're surveying for the right species, to make sure the protocols are sufficient to satisfy everybody else's requirements along the way. And I think that leads to a better, more efficient, more defensible outcome. The phase 2 rules talk about including identified scheduled milestones, about making environmental impact statements publicly available, and improving that transparency side of things. Thinking about some of the changes that improve coordination and collaboration, there's a promotion of sharing analysis and avoiding duplication of efforts and resources. There's a requirement to prepare joint environmental documents wherever that's possible. An emphasis on coordinating with tribes, with states, with local governments and agencies to the extent possible. Requiring agencies, again, where appropriate, to conduct early engagement with those communities, with other agencies, with stakeholders. Requiring agencies to prepare or to designate a chief public information officer to help get that information out, requiring agencies to consider the need to communicate with environmental justice communities, again, early, so you can identify environmental consequences that may be of concern, so you can identify mitigation efforts that may address those concerns more proactively. Clarifies requirements for agencies to oversee documents that are being prepared by consultants. And in the end, I guess I would summarize phase 2 as being more about better decisions rather than simply faster decisions. So what does all this mean for public lands? Again, I think that changes to me are more evolutionary than revolutionary. The increased direction on how to address climate change is critical. I think it's important to think about that, particularly with respect to public lands. Both the impact that the proposed action may have on global climate change and how global climate change may impact both the baseline and future conditions as agencies move forward, and the no action alternative. I think promoting that higher level of coordination with agencies is a huge opportunity to promote efficiency. And earlier engagement with stakeholders is essential in identifying issues, concerns at a point in the process where the lead agency can act more effectively to mitigate or minimize those. As Steve Felgus mentioned earlier, I had the fortune to work with Steve on the Interagency Mining Reform Report. And one of the things we heard consistently throughout there, particularly from tribes, is by the time they or other communities hear about mine plans of operations, it's very difficult to make meaningful change to those documents or to the analysis that follows. The mining claims have been staked. The exploration work is often done. The company has invested years of effort, often millions of dollars, and it narrows options. So being able to engage with affected communities earlier, more meaningfully, it goes to a comment we heard from the last panel. It helps build trust. It also helps agencies understand where they might have opportunities to do better, both in terms of minimizing impacts, in terms of efficiencies for the applicant, and in terms of overall timeline. So overall, I think phase 2 aims to increase the efficiency without undermining those foundational goals of informed decision-making and responsible stewardship. So it recognizes that agencies are still held to the standard of taking that hard look, and it encourages that. It encourages earlier and more meaningful engagement and issue identification between the agency, the applicant, and other stakeholders and other agencies. It encourages coordination across the board. And I think that's an effective way to move the process forward. One thing that phase 2 can't do that is desperately needed, and I think it goes to some of the things we heard about in the last panel with Bill and Sarah and Scott. We definitely and we absolutely need to firm up agency capacity. We have a butts and seats problem. We don't have enough people in the agencies to do all of the work that is demanded of them. And we heard an example in the last panel of effectively a hiring freeze for the Forest Service, that there will be no new external hires, there will be no new seasonal hires moving forward outside of fire. That has implications that ripple through the agency. If you want people out cruising that timber before the timber sale, if you want people looking at, doing the biological surveys necessary to understand the ecosystems that might be affected by a timber sale, you have to have those people out there in the field. Obviously, if you're looking at a permitting decision, you have to have people that can process an application, whether it's a permit that's going through, or a project that's going through NEPA review, whether it's a 404 permit application, whatever it might be. If you don't have enough people to do the work, it is going to bog down. If we go back to that Government Accountability Office report, obviously agency capacity was number 2. Number 1 is poor quality submissions from applicants. Well, how do we address that? We get the agency to sit down with the applicant earlier, discuss the application process, needed information, and make sure everybody is on the same page. Then you get better product coming in and you can move through that process more effectively. Similarly, if there's a problem with consultants doing work that doesn't meet the agency standard, you address that by having more engagement between the agency and the consultants. So those are things that are kind of low-hanging fruit. We can address those, but the easiest way to do that is to fund agencies to do the work we've already tasked them. So I think I'll leave it from there. I'll leave it there and turn it over to you, Pilar.
Great, thank you. So I'll talk a little bit about kind of the tribal equities and issues in this conversation. I'll start first with why we would kind of think of tribes separately. Needless to say, we were here first. This is our land. So we have lots of interests in it, lots of resources still in it, some treaty resources, and so federal legal obligations on the part of the federal government and state governments to protect those treaty rights and resources. Of course, lots of other types of resources, cultural resources, archaeological resources, or in the label of a typical HPTP, the prehistoric stuff, which I think means before Columbus, but might mean before the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, or I think we're in Guadalupe Hidalgo territory here, right? So, that's why I think we would, as a general matter, treat tribes differently than other maybe impacted communities. Of course, tribes are sovereign governments, independent of the state and the federal government. So they have a political relationship and political interest as well, governmental interest as well, not just to themselves, but in kind of the fabric of what the governance system we live in. I tend to think of permitting reform as just another term for speedy. And I know speed is not necessarily part of it, but that's what everybody means. Do it faster. They may not even care about doing it better. And I'll be honest with you, the last administration did not care about doing it better. They just wanted to do it faster. The executive orders that went out that are now codified in the NEPA amendments didn't care about quality. And that's a huge challenge for tribal communities who are just trying to keep up, because faster is certainly not better for many tribes as well. But before I turn to what we heard for the last couple of days, Let me just say, permitting reform, even if it is faster and maybe even not better, can work certainly to the benefit of tribes. And, you know, we have to live by NEPA on tribal lands when we do energy projects or mining projects or any other kind of economic development. And we're working with third parties or even other tribal enterprises. Tribes are typically having to get approval from the Bureau of Indian Affairs to lease land or do easements on land or do other kind of encumbrances on land. Of course, we've got, if there's environmental issues, we might have EPA involved in it. So tribes are pretty comfortable, so to speak, and pretty consistently in this kind of permitting space for especially NEPA related on tribal land. So to the extent the agencies get better, and you know, the nice thing that the BLM has is the ability to get their project proponents to pay for their NEPA process. The BIA does not have that. So tribes are stuck with the BIA's own resources to do NEPA work. BIA can't tell a project proponent that's doing a massive solar project, you can do it and you can pay for it or pay us to do it. The BIA has to do it. So the BLM, on the other hand, tells the same company who's doing the same type of project across the street from the tribe, you'll pay us to do it, you'll do it, and you'll pay us to do it for you, and et cetera, et cetera. So we do have a huge resource, a real resource issue in the BIA. It's virtually impossible to get an EIS done out of the Bureau of Indian Affairs in less than 3 years. And so I don't care what NEPA says. We ain't meeting a 1 year or 2 year window at the BIA, not without a massive influx of resources on that side of the conversation for us. So permitting reform can be good certainly for tribes themselves and projects they're doing on tribal lands. And for a lot of tribes that are trying to get into clean energy, other natural resource development, other economic development, that's just going to be a critical component to watching more wealth get built in Indian country. To the extent that some of the latest NEPA amendments, for example, clarifying that tribes can be treated like state and local governments for purposes of producing environmental documents. That was actually one thing that I really did like about the Trump NEPA changes, is they made that change for the first time. Prior to that, the BIA would not accept tribal environmental documents, even if the tribe had done basically the same work that had to be done. So now it's codified in law and in regulation. So there's now as well an acknowledgement of the tribe's own rights to self-governance, self-determination, and respecting tribal sovereign authority over evaluating the environmental impacts on their own lands. And it does, of course, still reflect as well the federal government's, at least from a policy perspective, recognition that tribes should be able to rely on their own internal governance structures. And while the NEPA process and the BIA, for example, is a long one and they plod through it, tribes should and many of them do have the ability to get through effectively the same environmental review process, but at their own speed. Looking out for their own resources and not, as much as I love Chip Lewis and Phoenix, so Chip, I hope you're not watching this because I got 3 projects in front of you coming up, but Chip should not be telling my client what's an important cultural resource or what they should be worried about. My client, the tribe, should be saying, here's the mitigation we want. Here's the mitigation we need. And it not coming from a BIA bureaucrat somewhere, as good as they are sometimes. So that's the nice thing about permitting reform, at least in the context of what's happening on reservation lands. But as we've heard for the last couple of days, the really big challenge is off reservation land. So SunZia, 17 years to permit, 2 or 3 times. I was in Arizona when the Arizona Corporation Commission denied the SunZia power line in Arizona because it was just power going from New Mexico to California. And the state said, well, why would we permit this? We're not getting any of this benefit. But they kept at it, and notwithstanding the fact it took them 17 years, they still got sued for failure to consult. So speed is obviously not going to solve that problem. there is some real underlying substantive challenges that the federal government, and not to continue to blame them, but state governments as well, who also have a government-to-government relationship with tribes. The failure to consult, the failure to demand consultation or something that looks like it from project proponents is what continues to end up, have a lot of projects end in litigation. And sometimes tribes will win. I think when we first got, I don't think, Tommy, you were there yet. When I first got to Interior in 2009, the Secretary of Salazar was finalizing a whole bunch of recorded decisions on a whole bunch of solar projects in the Southern California desert. One of which was an Imperial Valley, a massive solar project that was trying to get a record of decision before the end of the year so they could put a shovel in the ground so they could get their tax credits. And the Quechan tribe sued for failure to consult properly under NHPA and won a preliminary injunction and killed the project. Dead, because they couldn't make their end of year start of construction deadline. So, so the BLM and Yuma learned the lesson, and now they over-consult. And so, which is a good thing, because now the tribe, that very same tribe, and same with Colorado River Indian tribe just north of them, are vigorously participating in a whole bunch of development that's happening out there. They're aware of it, they're participating in it, there's lots of consultation, the project proponents have learned the lesson, they're doing their own outreach and communication. So it gets bolstered. I mean, it only takes one 10,000 acre solar project that was going to be a little over $1 billion to get killed. And then people start learning their lessons quickly. So sometimes your life is just there to serve as a warning to others. And so we take that lesson seriously. But one of the key challenges is that speed and permitting reform first started in the Trump executive orders at Interior. Is that it does give agencies permission to move too fast. One of the largest lithium mines in northern Nevada, which was the subject of litigation that didn't lose. But if you saw, they did the EIS on what will be the world's largest lithium mine in a year. Now, I'm not saying it should take 17 years to permit a large mine like that, but a year? Very little tribal consultation. The HPTP is literally 10 pages long. There are over 100 sites, historic properties that are eligible for listing in just the footprint, not even the indirect APE. So, so speed can be really very bad too. And the tribes up there in northern Nevada now are really playing catch up. Because they were sidelined by the previous administration. And so too fast for most tribes really means that a lot of tribal interests are being set to the side and requires the tribe. The current BLM is trying to do some fixing of it. We'll see, I guess, on November 6th, if that happens or not. But it also does result, and we've seen this in action, in insufficient consultation time. So if you don't have time to consult over 17 years, how do you have time to consult over 1 year or 2 years? Insufficient studies, insufficient coordination with tribes, the challenge of the federal government with their, their own internal resources. Obviously, we're going to have that same issue, if not worse, with tribes. Tribes really lack internal capacity. They lack the resources. One of the things that is nice to see is several large companies, especially big solar developers who are doing projects with tribes or are used to now having government relations with tribes, will support tribal participation. Sometimes the BLM requires it. They used to require it, then they didn't require it under the last administration. They sort of require it now, but not really. So project proponents will say, okay, well, we'll pay for the tribe to fly out or to drive out, or we'll pay for tribal leader participation, or we'll pay for the TIPO to come out. We'll host them. We'll make sure that we're engaging them often. We'll pay for cultural resource monitors, and we'll make sure that tribal resources have the funding Sometimes they'll even pay for training. I've had a couple of clients who've said, we'll send tribal members out to get cultural resource monitoring training with the archaeologists so everybody knows kind of what they're supposed to be looking for or looking at. So those are some positive steps that certainly will help tribes work through and at least be able to participate in a 1 to 2 year process, assuming that we actually stick to 1 or 2 years. But it is a huge challenge for tribes on the other side of being able to pay attention. And I think if the feds don't have the time and money to do it, the tribes almost certainly don't have the time and money to do it. So project proponents, I think, really could be the better way when none of us have any money for some reason to really kind of fill that void of doing that. And then the mention by John of the timing of consultation. You know, by the time everybody gets stuff to the BLM or the Forest Service, it is fully baked. It is fully baked. There's no way to, I mean, BLM might, if they're doing a transmission line, they might have 4 or 5 paths that they're looking at the most. I worked on the 10 West Link line from Phoenix to California. I think they had 20 paths, which was just outrageous to try and study 20 pathways. But for the most part, they stuck to the project proponent's path. Sunzia had a whole bunch of other issues in New Mexico because they had to avoid the Trinity site and then the White Sands and all that other, and then the Bosque, and then they verbally, is anybody here from Pattern before I say anything about them? No, I say that because one of the guys from Pattern spoke at an energy bar conference a few years ago, and he said very publicly, our whole goal was to avoid Indian lands. So, so that's another challenge, right? Is that especially when you have these linear projects, big, long linear projects that are going to necessarily take a long time, the timing of your outreach is so critical. And the mining recommendations that came out that support tribes being notified when exploration plans are submitted, as opposed to, you know, when the mining operation plan comes in, which is what kicks off the federal process. Those kinds of changes are good, but even kind of the BLM and BIA, our federal agency trustee, encouraging people that they're talking with, their known project proponents, to try and get to tribes early and let tribes know this is what's coming. And there has to be a little bit more proactive approach from the federal government perspective, in my view, for one reason only. You're our trustee. You're supposed to do this stuff to help us, to protect us, not as a guardian to its ward, because I'm not going to say that anymore, but as a trustee who has a legal responsibility, if not a moral responsibility, to make sure that these massive energy infrastructure projects that will have huge impacts on tribal communities, and you saw 2 of them here, but there's lots of little ones all over the place. So there's lots of ways to kind of fix that front end of the process. And so I would call it pre-permitting reform. If we can get some, before the permit process actually starts, let's do a little bit more upfront work with respect to making sure we smooth it out. Because in the examples that I'm mostly familiar with, the more you engage tribes, the more they're participating, the more you support them, the less likely they're going to sue. And they will sue. And you know, Kitsan is a great example, but you know, folks have learned how to avoid some of that huge risk that there could be. Pattern probably should have made some more phone calls. But you guys got DOJ on your side, so you're always, BLM's always going to win. Okay, with that, happy to turn it back over to Jamie. And
Okay, that's a great start to our conversation. And I'm actually going to pick up on a theme that Pilar ended with. I think uniformly in almost any conversation, there's wide recognition that early engagement with communities, with tribes, with affected communities, with agencies is the best way, and particularly, let me say, engagement at the design phase of a project is really the most inexpensive time to bake in meaningful mitigation measures to be able to change a project to address unexpected challenges. And yet the NEPA process puts public participation really at the very end of the project. And so if we wanted to take that wide recognition that early engagement is a way to go faster, to build better consensus, to build better projects, to have a better way of mitigating, and to build better predictability for project proponent. Do you guys have any ideas how we could actually do that? And is that a feasible element of permit reform? Who wants to take it?
Happy to start. So yes, absolutely. And I think a lot of that falls on the project proponents, obviously. And, project proponents have a wide range of sophistication themselves. And so I think through a lot of hard knocks along the way, there are project proponents who have come around to thinking that way of we actually need to invest in our relationships on the ground in communities for a good several years before we put an application in. And part of what I'd like to see, and consistent with what you described, is not only would that have the effect maybe of mitigating litigation risk, but seeing a benefit through the permitting process. And a dimension of that is not only project siting and design and resource conflict reduction and that sort of thing, but a whole nother realm of the conversation which is relevant here is community benefits, and having that conversation up front, especially with tribes, of like what's in it for them. And when it comes out of a mitigation process, it feels to everyone like compensation or a payoff, as opposed to a genuine partnership to develop a mutually beneficial project, which oftentimes renewable energy projects are, when you have an opportunity to electrify communities that need it. But that conversation up front comes off as much more sincere than, at the back end when they feel like they're forced to do it or it's a payoff or whatever. And part of the result of that is, folks who would at one time be on the wrong side of the V in litigation are now your supporters going in.
I mean, I know the BLM just did their renewable energy rule update. And I'll just use that as an example because one, they lease their land, they open leases up for land for solar and wind development on BLM lands. But there's no requirement, for example, for the BLM to notify the tribes in the area that we're going to put this land up for lease. And so, we don't know who's going to bid, but as soon as we get the bids, we want to sit down with you, the tribes in the area, and maybe if there are other environmental justice communities, they could be doing that as well, so that there is kind of a pre-notification that, one, you're going to take this action instead of it showing up on my, Nevada Independent newsletter I get or something. And two, it shows the project proponents that the BLM, while it's not legally required or regulatory required, there's going to be some procedural support for that kind of outreach to occur before the BLM makes any final decisions about the exact leasing area and starts to negotiate their lease terms, and whether they begin NEPA before or after that, who the heck knows, because everybody does a little bit differently around the BLM. But there are some key opportunities at those kind of pre-stages of the NEPA process. They have a provision in their new rule that says, come and see us before you file an application for an easement, for example. And so there's this kind of I'll call it technical assistance, but this pre-application process that's built in. Well, they could let tribes know when that happens too, right? And so-and-so's come in, we don't know what's going to happen, but the BLM can do that on a government-to-government basis with the tribes. They don't have to disclose anything confidential, but they could certainly use it as a way to give tribes a heads up which would, again, start to create some trust between the tribes and the BLM, that the BLM has got some, is looking out for the tribes' potential issues or potential concerns. You know, after that, it's going to be on the tribe to do what they've got to do. But you know, tribes are busy. they're not monitoring the BLM e-planning website to see what's been issued and what hasn't been issued. And they're not waiting for some letter that comes in amongst the million other letters, Dear Tribal Leader. They don't even put the tribal leader's name on it. It just says, Dear Tribal Leader, we're doing consultation. You know, and it's like 5 pages long. It's hard to figure out. But so there's some ways to make that a little bit simpler as well that I think would go a long way to smoothing the conversation between BLM and Forest Service and tribes.
I'll be real brief because I think Pilar and Tommy nailed it. I think a lot of it comes back to this question of trust. Trust has to be earned. It can't be assumed. And part of that is no surprises. It's meeting with people early enough that they feel engaged, that they feel like they have an opportunity to provide meaningful input. And I think that, to me, is one of the starting points.
Another large conversation or a large element of permit reform always turns to litigation. And we hear litigation causes delay. One thing we don't hear a lot about is, but Tommy spoke a little bit about, is this concept of litigation aversion. And we saw this in our Forest Service report. There's actually a really interesting roundtable that was done by the National Forest Foundation. And one of the things they talked about was forest employees sitting on a NEPA document because if they signed a controversial document, they weren't so sure what was going to happen with their promotion opportunities. And so they waited until they had a promotion and the next person got stuck with the deal. So there's the issue of litigation aversion, fear of litigation that is different than litigation that actually goes forward. And one of the solutions to that is more discretion. Give the agency discretion to make a quick decision, even though it may be litigated. And yet we have these challenges of, well, what kind of discretion do we have in a post-Chevron world? And so that's not necessarily something we can look forward to. And finally, there's the tension of, but litigation actually is a backstop for enforcing laws. So if we're talking about litigation as an element of permit reform, what measures do you all see as effective in avoiding some of the challenges with litigation without compromising the ability of litigation to enforce laws?
I'll go first.
I definitely have thoughts, but
Okay, I'll try and be quick. I mean, I'm gonna take this from a slightly different perspective. Thinking back to, you know, my consulting days prior to lawyery days, if that question came from a client, you know, I'd be thinking about how do we minimize litigation risk up front. And, you know, again, I'm sounding like a broken record here, but that is going to be the front loading that Pilar talked about, of identifying tribal governments that are going to have an interest. It's identifying agencies, both regulatory and non-regulatory, that may provide input. It's meeting with those folks up front. You know, frankly, when we were doing EISs, we knew who was going to litigate. We knew who was going to submit hard comments. It's uncomfortable, but it is effective to sit down with those folks up front, learn their concerns, so that you can work with them rather than try and respond in ways that are less efficient.
yeah, I agree with all of that as a kind of litigation risk mitigation strategy, and again, if done properly, you know, you have the potential to turn opponents into supporters for a project. I hadn't maybe it makes sense that it wouldn't have come to my attention. I'd actually hadn't heard the story of people, sitting on stuff, waiting for their promotions. And in a calcified bureaucracy where those come around every 20 years, now it all makes sense. A phenomenon that I do believe is very real in terms of litigation aversion is is manifested in like what a NEPA document looks like. So there's a reason why these things are hundreds and hundreds of pages long and have all the appendices and are material that, even though I've signed many a rod, I can't swear to you I actually read the entire NEPA document before I selected an alternative. And it's because it is all about litigation, and it is all about anticipating that you're going to get sued on it, and it's going to drag out. And so that's part of what annoys me about these measures of page limits or timelines. And again, I am a believer in accountability and discipline in any regulatory process, but at the same time, it's like, well, these are remedies that aren't getting at the underlying problem, and in fact, have significant potential to exacerbate them. And so, pre-Loper Bright, I was a big advocate of exactly what you described, which is we need to give the Secretaries of Interior and Ag, et cetera, more and clearer authority on discretion for things like crossings, et cetera, and gain deference for the use of that discretion. I think that is all up in the air now because, everyone's going to invite a judge to decide whether that was, consistent with the underlying statutes from, 40, 50, 60 years ago or 150 years ago. And so while I, and maybe there's still a role for that, I have come, further down the pike towards thinking about things like comparative law principles of, what are, some of the litigation models that other countries use, including, for example, Canada and loser pay models, where you've changed the incentives a little bit, where it's not cost-free to challenge projects, but litigation still exists as, a backstop and a motivator to ensure that folks do a good job and produce good outcomes. But opponents have to, think through the cost benefit of challenging a particular type of project.
Well, I'm sad to say that it's 4 o'clock and there are so many questions.
Time up. I was just
I
going to
didn't
say,
realize, sorry.
so on the permitting bill that's pending, that was talked about earlier, there's a new time limit for being able to bring a lawsuit. 150 days, I think, right? Not by 6 years under the APA. Some of these, how can you read any of this stuff in 150 days, let alone figure out where they missed the hard look? So I'm not even sure that kind of litigation reform of shortening the time frame to bring lawsuits is going to be any better a solution of avoiding litigation. It's just gonna, you're just gonna have a lot of spaghetti against a wall at that point.
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, this misguided, like they're missing the point of the problem.
There are so many other good questions that I wish we had time to get to. And I just want to thank all of our panelists and thank you all for staying with us on a Saturday. And